downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Don't miss Martin Water's 52nd anniversary sale. Celebrate with our biggest savings of the year now through October 31st. 500 off select systems, 100 off a Connecticut K5 drinking station, 40 off UV sterilizers. Enjoy 24-month special financing if qualified. Already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central Pennsylvania locations. For details, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. Sale ends October 31st.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
When you hear the Elvis, you know that's the theme song for our great attorney, Linda Kearns. Good morning.
Good morning, John. And we're twinning today. You always wear pink, so I wear pink today.
Yay! Well, it actually it's October, so it's breast cancer awareness.
Oh, look at that! Yeah.
Right. We talked yesterday with Pennsylvania Senator Kim Ward, who is actually a breast cancer survivor. So we were talking about the budget, but we did bring that up. But yeah, we got to wear the pink. Girl power.
You know why the listeners know when they hear Elvis Presley, they know it's Linda Kearns?
Yes.
because no other station plays Elvis Presley anymore.
Dan,
Is that true?
And Dan, I showed up with
who plays Elvis? No, we're not playing it on any other sister stations.
And I showed up with the present for Dan, and he's
such a sweetheart.
But he starts off the segment mocking me. No,
See,
Dawn, do you remember
no respect, Linda.
I know. Last week I brought you that homemade vanilla, and Dan, this big, strong Dan whined on air. Why didn't I get a present? So I brought him one. I have it right here.
You're so awful.
Look at that. I feel like it's kind of a bad reason to get a present, though. I'm whining and,
I thought that's why you did it.
Isn't that enabling my entitlement?
Squeaky wheel gets the most grease.
Oh, Dan, all that whining will get knocked right out of you when that baby's born.
Oh, yeah.
There will be no more time for Dan.
I feel like there's still a lot of gift giving to catch up to everything you've given Matt DeSantis, so,
Oh.
Yeah. Where's my Diet Coke,
Sibling
Linda Kearns?
jealousy.
Yeah, I got him that President Trump inaugural Diet Coke. Well,
Pretty awesome gift, to be honest.
When you're as nice to me as Matt, then maybe we'll talk.
Hey, a couple of program notes. Jack Chittarelli will be here tomorrow morning, as well as Eric Trump.
Woo!
So 2 great guests tomorrow morning. Just
check out the new book.
Just to give you a
Trump's book.
heads up. Yep,
Yeah.
Eric's new book.
Ooh, and the debate conversation.
Debate.
With
Jack.
Yeah.
So Linda, apparently, as expected, Comey's in court in this Virginia courtroom and has pleaded, obviously not guilty.
Right.
As this proceeding goes through. So we're just following that. Do you think that he'll speak outside the court after? I mean, everybody and their mother, as we say, is camped out there. Do you think he'll bring seashells and maybe put a message in seashells out on the sidewalk in front of the court?
Dawn, what worries me I'm no fan of Comey, believe me, but what worries me is when the Democrats get back in power, which will eventually happen, then we're going to be the victims of this lawfare. And on some level, I just wish it would dial down and stop a little bit. And I think a lot of Americans would agree with me. We just want to go to work, support our families, enough with this government shutdown.
Enough of the shutdown. I think that they'll, look, I think the shutdown, they'll get her done on that front. But for James Comey, I think that if he did, I think he's got to answer for this. He's got some splaining to do.
Oh, it's all gonna play out. But there's no cameras in federal court, so we'll just have to hear what the reporters in there say.
The back and forth.
Yeah.
But I just will say this, as far as your point, is this lawfare? Is this, in your legal opinion, is this, they waited literally until the final deadline, right? It was 5 years ago. So they knew what he said.
Right. And the indictment itself was bare bones. They usually are. We're going to have to see. It's not that difficult to get an indictment in front of a grand jury. They're only hearing that one side. So, I think I read that they only indicted on 2 of the 3 counts, which was a little bit unusual. So
because they didn't go for all the counts.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
So this is the first court appearance. I guess his wife and I guess his daughter Maureen. Was she there? Did she go in?
Yeah, I did. I saw a picture of her there. Someone who was fired by the Trump Justice Department. Yeah.
Fairly recently.
Yeah.
So, by the way, the judge presiding over the hearing is District Judge Michael Nachmanoff, and he's a former President Joe Biden nominee or appointee, I should say.
Dawn, I hear a lot of on the radio, I hear everyone say, well, this person's a Biden appointee or this person's a Trump appointee, as if that tells us how they're going to rule. And that's not necessarily the case, especially here in Pennsylvania, because back when we had a Republican and Democrat senator, not this administration, but when we had Toomey, they cooperated to get people nominated to the bench. And usually what happened was for Senator Toomey, when the Republican was in power, of every 4 judges that were nominated, Toomey could pick 3 and the Democrat could pick 1. So just because a Republican nominated that judge does not necessarily mean it was a conservative, because there was a cooperative agreement where one of them could be a Democrat. So people just assume that who nominated you means that's how you're going to rule. Now, I will say in the case of Biden, he really did go all in on the DEI and just push through people who just really didn't seem to have a lot of experience that you would expect from a district judge.
Yeah, it does seem even in D.C., we hear in certain areas of the country, like Washington, D.C., and I will say Manhattan, especially the civil, anything civil. It's, I mean, in Manhattan, I think you're
right in
very
this,
likely
in this
to
state
get
court. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But we'll follow this. I just want to put that out there. Do you? Can we talk about Pam Bondi? Ms. Bondi, did you watch?
I watched
yesterday?
some of it. I thought that she did. I thought that she did great because let's face it, Dawn. A lot of those hearings are show trials.
Yes,
and that's what they are. And
100%.
frankly, half the time I'm thinking to myself, I would rather have Congress putting on a show trial or a show hearing than passing some stupid law. So, let's keep them busy with that stuff. But Pam came prepared and gave it right back to them. She did what I think a lot of people hoped that she would do, and she was ready and she gave it right back to them. I was really proud.
I was saying to Dan yesterday, we did a little, we carried some snippets of it, but to your point, Linda Kearns, that was really when I saw her yesterday, killer. The suit, the shoulder pads. I mean, to be honest, if you're putting on a show, you got to look the part.
Oh,
and she came
without a doubt. Without a doubt. I heard you say that this morning.
Right?
I absolutely agree. I mean, there was no messing with her.
Mm-hmm.
I complimented her. I did. We were in touch. I won't say what we talked about, but I did compliment her on how she did.
Nice. So she's probably, I think she's, able to take a victory lap in her 6-inch stilettos. Dan, do you want to go to, here's the thing. I thought what Josh Hawley said was very significant yesterday, but I do want to pick at it a little bit. Do you have that, Dan?
Yeah,
there was a lot, but and he brought up Mark Houck,
Mhm.
And I interviewed Mark Houck afterwards, and we covered that whole trial. If you remember that, we had Pastor Devlin, remember,
Right.
from the federal courthouse, and we covered that whole charade. And thank God Mark Houck was exonerated essentially. But I did want to go to this one point that was an incredible moment with Senator Josh Hawley, I should say.
Here you go.
I'm saying my O's weird. Hawley.
His political enemies. Joe Biden never directed his attorney general to target his political opponents. That's interesting, because I could have sworn that yesterday we learned that the FBI tapped my phone. Let's look at it. We've got a list. Tapped my phone, tapped Lindsey Graham's phone, tapped Marsha Blackburn's phone,
putting up a big poster.
tapped 5 other phones of United States senators. Gee, it sure looks like targeting political opponents to me, and yet I haven't heard a word from that side of the dais about any concern whatsoever. We've got nothing but concerns today, but no concern at all for a Justice Department that is tapping the phones of sitting United States senators because who knows why. They don't like them. They're members of the opposition party. They're Republicans. They're conservatives. You've seen this document, Attorney General Bondi. Well, what was going on here? Who ordered this? Who ordered the tapping of the phones of United States senators?
Senator Hawley, I cannot discuss the details of that right now for very good reason.
You're going to do a thorough investigation into this, I trust. Is that correct?
We will be looking at all aspects of this, and I have talked to Director Patel at length about
And
this.
you're going to figure out who was involved in this, who signed off on it, who knew about it. You're going to get to the bottom of all of it. Is it correct?
Yes, and I've spoken to Director Patel about it, and he is committed to doing this.
So she can't talk about it. So before we get to the Mark Houck part of it, Linda Kearns, I just wanted to ask you this because, yes, thank you, Dan. Dan Borowski knows me so well, so he's playing The Wire. Because
no, this is Law and Order.
Oh, this is Law and Order.
Yeah,
oh, darn,
but
I thought it was from The Wire. I'm sorry.
I was actually over here trying to figure out whether we wanted The Wire or, but here we go.
Because Michael and my son, I'd never watched The Wire. So fairly recent, so it's in my brain. So he's saying wiretap, and you're thinking, remember when Jimmy and the fake wiretap, and they really were, you remember that whole thing?
Yes.
And all I was thinking of, wait a minute, did they really wiretap them? Because I am an expert now on, The Wire.
We watched The Wire. We're experts.
I basically have gone to law school.
Come on, yes.
But I don't know that we have the actual tangible evidence of an actual wiretap.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
So that's why they'll investigate. But a part of this is all part of that. I think they're calling it the Arctic freeze. And last week or 2 weeks ago, what didn't get a lot of play was that they had also gotten bank records for a lot of different organizations. One of which was Charlie Kirk's organization, and those organizations did not realize that their bank records have been obtained by the federal government. And I mean, not to make it all about me, but
it's all about you.
When I look through that list and the months, I was paid by a lot of those organizations. So that means
you wiretapped?
Uh-oh.
No, it was unsettling.
Do they have Linda? Wait, do they have Linda going, "Hello, Spring Dance Hot Tubs? I have an issue with my." Come and service my Spring Dance hot tub? Like, do they have, you know what I mean?
Well, it was really unsettling to see that they had gotten those bank records, because that means that they saw that there were checks written to me. And then what happens? Does a aggressive prosecutor then say, okay, well, why did they write a check to her? I mean, we know why they did. I'm a lawyer, and I did work for a lot of those organizations.
We're following her to the Union League of Philadelphia. Over. There she is. She's going in. Who is she lunching with?
I mean, what if they got my
She getting the tiramisu at the Union League. Where is she? Linda Kearns.
What if they
got eyes on her?
What if they got my phone records and heard the conversations between me and Matt DeSantis? I mean, that would be scandalous.
What if they shared it with Matt's girlfriend?
Uh-oh.
Wait, the imaginary AI girlfriend? Come on.
No, but in all seriousness, it was a little bit unsettling for me, an attorney in Philadelphia who just, gets clients and works, to think that someone in the government was kind of looking through this. Now, obviously, they get my tax return and they see who sends me 1099s and so forth. But that's the IRS. That's something totally different. But this is really unsettling that this occurred. And I want them to investigate. I want them to find out why they did this and how they got permission to do it. How they got permission.
Like who?
Who signed off on the wiretap.
So if you go down the chain, so it's Jack Smith,
right?
But Jack Smith, he's the guy, he's the dog, right? The watchdog who's being brought in. So it was Merrick Garland who I believe would have brought him in, right?
Right.
If we look at the chain of command.
Absolutely. I think so, yeah.
And so is it Merrick Garland or is it then Biden? How far up the chain? Because it only leaves Biden at the top, right?
Right.
I believe. If we look
or the auto pen.
Or the auto pen.
I mean,
we need a Kamala Harris Venn diagram to solve the mystery.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Oh, I haven't seen one of those in a while.
Maybe we'll just ride in our electric bus.
Can I compliment you on your amazing dispatch voice? Your stakeout voice. There she is entering the Union League.
Can you imagine, though? Like, what if they were listening?
Well, I'm not sure anyone would find my, that exciting.
Going to Germany. Could we stop her and seize those the cannolis from Termini Bakery?
Some cheese first,
right? Like what? What if they were surveilling you?
No, it's really unsettling. Remember, I was President Trump's attorney in 2020, so I went through all that. I got a subpoena. I had to get an attorney. They had to, turn over things from my phone. And you always say, why would somebody put that in writing? Why would somebody text that? But at the end of the day, you're living your life, and you're not constantly thinking someday Congress or a prosecutor is going to subpoena me and my phone. And it's just really unsettling. And look, our founder said that's what it was in the Bill of Rights, no unnecessary search and seizure. We should feel a little more comfortable.
But we all know that you go to every year. You go to Graceland. Were they following you?
Were they upset that they had to go there?
She got the Elvis candle. My wife has always wanted that. You know what I mean? What if...
Yeah, do they have to pay extra 3 times because they're forced to go to Graceland and trail in?
Or did they love Elvis? They're like, I love this woman. Seriously.
Oh, here's the toilet where Elvis died.
Dan, stop saying that. That is so disrespectful. That
Terrible.
is not on the tour. You're not allowed.
But it's in the house, is it not?
It's in the house, but you can't get upstairs. You know what?
They ward it off. It says, no passing this line. This is where Elvis died on the toilet.
There's a rope. You can't get upstairs because that was his private.
But is there a sign?
But we could get her up there. Let's go in. Move it. Up the stairs through the rope. Let's get her in. Come on. She's a real fan.
Dan.
Like, there's some FBI nerd who loves Elvis who's like loving Linda.
Suze loves Jeffy. This is
You know what I
perfect,
mean?
Dawn. You got to add that stat.
You're making me sound like a complete kook. And I guess I have to own it. Yes, I went to Graceland again this summer. And
so,
right now
that's
I'm listening
wonderful.
on Priscilla Presley just came out with a book. And
No, you're not.
I'm listening to it on tape.
Oh,
yeah.
come on. Like, when's enough? Enough is enough, is it not?
No, never. No. I find him fascinating. And he was very patriotic.
Yeah, but like.
Yes. And the thing is, you learn that how he was influenced back in the day by African Americans.
Yep.
And African American artists who were being oppressed. So he was, in all honesty, he was for civil rights. That's really cool. It's a cool thing that nobody really knew about him, but Linda knows.
Yeah, Linda does.
Yeah, I do probably know.
And look, he fascinates you, but I just watched Hidden Figures. The African American women at the NASA fascinate me. I'm not going to go stalk out their house now, or read 18 books about them.
Well, I don't think I've quite read 18 books. Are there 18 books out there? I'll have to check that out.
I figure you know the account now.
And my cousin Karen and Joanne, my cousins Karen and Joanne, they still have all the DVDs of Elvis, like Blue Hawaii.
Oh, those movies.
And all this
right.
stuff, like these Elvis movies. Do you have all those?
Well, no, I don't have all the movies, but when I was in Hawaii, I was where they filmed it, and I was like so excited. I was taking all these pictures, and I said to my niece, like, do you think everybody comes here and takes pictures? And she said, absolutely
Yes.
not.
Oh, no?
She said, no, you're the only one.
I love it. I think we should do we could do like a Linda Elvis tour, be a hoot.
Elvis
Dan,
trivia.
look how Dan is into this.
Like Linda, where were the final recordings of Elvis? Where did they take place? Do you know?
The final recordings?
Yeah,
no.
This is actually new, I think.
I think they were
newly
discovered. Maybe in Memphis.
The Jungle Room, actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
His living room that he
Yeah.
There wasn't even, I don't think, called the Jungle Room when he was alive.
I don't even know what that means. I just pulled up a story about Elvis Presley.
No, he has a whole room in his
Moody
house.
Blue.
Yeah.
Moody Blue was the last studio album that he recorded. But is Moody Blue the name of is that the album and the studio, or just the album?
He has a whole room in his house that he decorated kind of like Hawaii with like waterfalls.
Oh, no,
and
he didn't.
He put carpet on the walls and on the ceiling, so it made a good recording studio. That's why he could record there. But it was his living room, and because it kind of looked like Hawaii, people started calling it the Jungle Room after he died.
There's no jungle in Hawaii.
But it's just because of all the plants and the trees in the room.
Doesn't Mark Cohn sing about the Jungle Room? Somebody sings about it. I want to say Mark Cohn. Yes. The one where she says, this is like my husband's one of his favorite songs. And she says something like, are you a Christian? And he says, ma'am, I am tonight. I love that song. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, Mark Cohn sings about the Jungle Room in his 1991 hit song Walking in Memphis.
See?
Paul Simon sang about Graceland. Look, I think when anyone dies and dies prematurely, there's this whole mythology around them. Like, what would have happened? Like, if Elvis would have lived, he might not have been as big as he is now. And as a lawyer, what I am completely fascinated by, and I've studied this, when he died, he was only worth around $500,000 or $1 million. He was not worth any money. He had sold off all of his catalog of music, except for what he recorded in the 70s. And his ex-wife, who, was young,
Priscilla.
she opened up Graceland. She said, we're going to sell tickets. And she built that company into a $100 million company. And I find that story really, really fascinating. And she also fought, because what she realized was people were selling all these Elvis tchotchkes and Elvis memorabilia, and she fought for something called the right of descendability, that the person's heirs inherit their likeness, their face, and other people benefited from that. The Princess Diana estate benefited from that. James Dean, Marilyn Monroe. So there's a lot of legal things that I'm really interested in. And Dan, if you ever come to my house, you're not gonna You're not going to be allowed to sleep in the Elvis room. That's it.
Who gets to sleep? Is this like the Lincoln bedroom at the White House?
Pretty much.
You actually have an Elvis room?
I have an Elvis room.
I thought that was like a... Wow.
That is awesome.
It's all decorated because it's a guest room, and I thought, should I just have just a boring comforter and curtains, or should I get curtains with Elvis's image on them and an Elvis blanket?
What'd you decide?
And that's what I decided. And then all my Elvis tchotchkes are in there in one space. So
is it like Elvis's face smiling at you?
Basically off the curtains, yeah. Okay. Absolutely.
Gosh.
You know, I had no idea this was Mark Cohn. I don't know if many of the audience did either. Good pull on
No,
this.
my husband loves this song.
Yeah. But you're right. They do mention the Jungle Room. I think it's coming up.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
It's such a good song.
Yeah, it is. It is. Oh, here it is. Oh, I'm wrong.
Here it is.
There you go.
Larry and I will be in the car and we'll go, ma'am, are you a Christian? Ma'am, I am tonight. Because, like she's, it's like a pickup line.
Dawn, you're so good at the voices.
Do you know what I mean?
She is.
Ma'am. But I love Marcone. Was married to Elizabeth Vargas, little trivia, who I worked with back in the day.
Oh, that's
CBS.
Huh. Is he a Philly guy?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right.
Anyway. All right. Sorry. We're digressing.
How much does the audience like when we
I know. I hope you guys don't mind.
Elvis rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Do they say, "Oh, Linda's on again. Here we go with the Elvis"?
No, it's the opposite.
We're like FBI agents, like on a stakeout, and this is probably what they have to do. Do you know what I mean? The FBI, because they're like there for hours outside of Linda Kern's, like on her Elvis tour vacation, because they have to surveil you, and I think they followed you. And then they got to talk about like Elvis.
Do you think they looked in the window at my house and saw the Elvis room?
Yes,
because it is on the first floor.
She has an Elvis room with curtains. Can't make this up. Can you imagine?
I can't believe Trump hired this woman to be in charge of the election in Pennsylvania.
But what if they love you?
Nutty.
You're like, I love her. Like she's real people.
Yeah, I think I'd be more interesting.
She's a good woman.
Yeah, exactly. More interesting than some of these other people.
These boring people.
I think Trump's a little obsessed with his fandom too. I mean, you look at Diet Coke, Kid Rock.
Yeah.
There's a couple things that UFC he's very into.
That's true.
So he might be a fanboy himself and respect the love that you have for Elvis.
Does Trump like Elvis?
Yeah, that I don't know.
I bet you he does. I could see that. Would Priscilla let him play some of the music at an event?
Well, she doesn't own it anymore.
Oh, that's right. She doesn't. Darn. Yeah, Elvis, here's the thing you learn. And maybe, I don't know if this inspired you to become an attorney, but he needed a great attorney like you. He got kind of screwed, let's face it, by, his manager and whatnot.
Yeah, and those artist types, because I represent a musician. I represent G-Love of G-Love and Special Sauce. He's a Philly guy. Some of our older listeners might not know who he is, but he's been around 20 years. I've been more than 20 years. I've been his attorney for.
You know G-Love?
I'm his attorney.
No, you're not.
Yes, she is.
I love G-Love. Like, I'm obsessed.
You do?
As Dawn knows, one of my favorite bands of all time is a band called Dispatch, which is like G-Love's good friends. And
yeah, of course.
They'll bring G-Love on stage and such.
Absolutely.
And I love, wow.
We have a festival every year because G-Love plays a lot of festivals, but we started one 5 years ago, and it's this weekend. We call it the Outermost Roots and Blues Festival.
Wow.
But he's the headliner, and it's this weekend, and I'm going up to Cape Cod for it. I go up every year. Yeah,
That's
there
amazing.
you go. I love this song.
We're going to all dance.
I love that. If you listen to the words of this song, too, it's all about just living here in Philadelphia. It's fantastic. It's great.
If you go to Philadelphia, it's Philadelphonic.com.
Yeah, that's our website.
And that's he's got his Phillies number 4, you know what I mean? Right there with
such
the Phillies jersey.
Our chat is really, it's
no,
G-Love. I met G-Love back in the day. People love G-Love.
Well, I can,
blues.
Dan, I mean, I'm seeing him this weekend. I get people, autographed records and everything, but I'm not getting it for you. I've had him call people on their birthday. Yeah, he's. I mean, because
it's amazing. I'm shocked. Not a reference I expected to hear.
I have quite the eclectic.
Going from Elvis
roster.
to G-Love. I like it. Yeah.
Well, actually, he kind of looks like Elvis.
He does.
Oh, he kind of does.
He kind of does with the
Yeah, he's
sideburns,
got
but
the
I do have
little nose.
I do have a huge appreciation for the musicians and how hard they work. I mean, he makes his money by touring, and he has to tour a lot, and he has little kids, and that means he still has to be on the road a lot. And I have a lot of respect for the musicians, and I'm really interested in the copyright laws and how we preserve the musicians, and it's a little troubling now. We have all this AI stuff, so I find the whole thing really, really interesting. But yeah, I'll be at his festival this weekend. Last year we had Jack Johnson, who's a real,
also a huge fan of Jack Johnson. Yeah.
No,
he's right in my genre now.
Jack is a really, really nice guy, and he has been friends with G Love forever. So
this is awesome.
Yeah, I'm not.
Got the G Love keychain.
Well, G Love does not vote the same way I do. I will tell you that.
Don't bring up politics.
Yeah.
We do got a break.
All right. Can you stick around, Linda, a little bit?
Absolutely.
All right. Linda. Oh, we love Linda. We love G Love. And of course, we love Elvis.
But I don't love Dan.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get 4.75% financing for 60 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $239 a month for 36 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralke from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's our little tribute to Linda Kearns, a great attorney here, family law attorney?
Yep, family law. I mean,
law?
I consider myself a civil litigator because I do all sorts of civil stuff, but I do a lot of family law.
And also, obviously, election integrity attorney under Trump.
Absolutely. Or you could, with regard to my family law practice, you could say that I'm putting people back in the dating pool because I get them divorced and I go back in the dating pool. So I'm kind
love it.
Performing a service.
And hopefully they're not too much baggage.
Yeah,
maybe a little less baggage. We'll get into that. We've got Ed from Delran. He has usually has a nice little poem, little rhyme all the time. Hey, Ed.
I'm not dense. Hey, I'm not dense. That's why I listen to Dawn Stensler's Common Sense. Hey, so listen, I got an invitation for you, especially, Dawn. I hope you're in North Wildwood on Friday because I'm going to go down there to the Jack Cheddarella rally.
Oh, wow. Nice. It's going to be a beautiful
Me and my
day.
son.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, it's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge
man,
rally.
I can't wait.
Now,
So look.
Now rhyme with Jack Chitterelli, Ed.
Yeah.
Well, I can rhyme with Jack much easier.
Yeah, Jack.
Jack
What about
will get
Linda?
New Jersey. Yeah, well, I can die. Linda, have no fear. Linda's near. She's everyone's cup of cheer, especially because she loves Elvis, the pelvis.
Oh, I like that.
You call him the pelvis?
Yeah,
Elvis
I
the
love
pelvis.
Elvis, man. I've been a fan since I was a kid.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you, Ed.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, that Jack rally, that race we're seeing a lot of momentum there. But what I fear, it's a turnout election.
Mm-hmm.
I looked back at the gubernatorial elections in New Jersey over the last, going back to Christie's first election,
Mm-hmm.
they get less than 50% turnout. It's a mystery to me. Why do people not vote in every single election?
Well, that's just it. So right now, if you believe the mail-in count, it looks like Republicans are more fired up, right? But that's it. That whoever is more passionate, more fired up, or just mad, they're going to come out and vote.
Right. And in 24, the RNC and the Trump campaign, I mean, we really had an operation where we chased every vote that we could. And obviously we had the election integrity part that I was in charge of, where we were assuring people your vote's safe. Please go out and vote. Your vote's safe. And sometimes these rallies or what you see on Twitter, it's really only getting like a small segment of the population. Not everyone's on Twitter. I read a statistic this morning, like maybe about 25% of America is on Twitter. So that's really not a lot.
It's pretty small.
Yeah. So we have to get those other voters. And that's why I say, talk to your family, your friends, your circle. A gubernatorial campaign does not have the kind of resources that a presidential campaign had to have that many staff, chasing ballots, calling people, texting people. So each voter has to kind of do a mini get out the vote campaign with your own friends and family.
That's so true. Quick question, because I know you had mentioned this to Dan. So with people, I know people in our region here who will own a home together, or maybe you'll have roomies where they bought the home, but somebody pays them rent. But you had some advice. Is this more common than we think, where one wants to buy the other out? Because I've had actually a couple relatives, guys, who had a bunch of guys living in a house. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And then they have to figure out, oh, well, Jim's getting married, so how are we going to, deal with the financial, how to deal with this?
Right. I deal with that a lot in my practice, both people who are married and people who are not married and buy homes together. And when you have a home with somebody else, when you own it jointly and you're also on the deed, there's really only 3 things that you can do. You can either sell it, just get rid of it, and then you split the proceeds, or one person keeps it and has to refinance it and then buy the other person out, or the other person refinances it and buys their partner out. And the problem, especially now, and that's why I was thinking about it a lot, when mortgage rates go up like this, it can be unaffordable. You have a mortgage rate that was maybe 3%, 3.5%. You have to refinance it now, your payment's going to go up. And a lot of people don't qualify and they're stuck and they don't know what to do. And it's really, really serious. You can't just walk away from it. That's very dangerous to have that exposure where you own a home and you're not living in it anymore. And if the person doesn't pay the other person doesn't pay the mortgage, that's going to hit your credit. If there's an accident at the home, you could be liable. So I think people, when they go to buy a home, anyone who's done it, there's a big stack of papers you have to sign, and I don't think you always think about it, but it's a serious undertaking, and you can be put in a very difficult position when you buy a home and be on a joint mortgage with somebody, and not have protections in place. So
you can't assume the mortgage.
The mortgage company has to let you assume the mortgage. And the mortgage companies don't want to do that, because why would they let you if they have 2 borrowers they can go after to get the money? Why would they let you off the hook? Now, in some cases they will, but you need the mortgage company to agree with that. So, and that is very rare. Mortgage companies do not always agree with that. But like, for example, if you had a mortgage, say you owed around, I don't know, around $250,000 on a house, $250,000, with a 4% mortgage, your payment might be like $1,600. If you have to refinance that same $250,000, your payment could go up to $1,900, $2,000 a month. And you're getting rid of the partner who is in the house, so you only have one income, and it can be very difficult for people. And so my advice is always, well, if you can, don't buy it with somebody that you're not married to, because marriage gives you some more protection. And really, really think about it. Think about what you can afford, and just be careful, because you are really, you're really getting into bed with somebody if you are signing a mortgage with them and on a deed to a house.
That could be a mess. I'm sure you've seen it all. Linda Kearns, until next time. Love ya.
It was great to see you, Dawn.
Great to see you.
Dan, I have your present, so you can come in and get it
I
at the break.
chugged that, actually.
I know.
What is it, red?
No, it's vanilla that I made.
She made the homemade vanilla.
Are you serious?
This is what you...
Is it actually wine, or is it like vanilla flavor?
No, it's vanilla. It's vanilla that your wife can use if she does the cooking in like pancakes or.
No, I can't. So my wife's mother's special ingredient in her pancakes, along with applesauce. I guess I shouldn't expose it. So it won't be special anymore. Is a couple drops of vanilla. So.
Yeah, and vanilla is really, really expensive. So what I do is I get the vanilla beans, and then you put alcohol in there. This one's vodka based. And then you let it sit for 3 months, and then you have vanilla extract, which if you bought this in the store would probably be $25 or $30.
Yeah, because it's huge.
It's huge. And then when you finish, when you use all the vanilla, you put more vodka in it and let it sit for 3 months, and it just lasts forever.
Nice.
So
Thank you so much. Sincerely, you were really good.
I made one for Dawn, but then you whined on air like a little baby. Why didn't I get a present? And so I brought
Thank
one
you,
for you.
sincerely. That's very, very sweet. Again, as always.
Linda's the best.
You really are. She really
We love
is.
Linda.
Yeah.
Thanks, Linda.
I hope you're listening, babe, because that's an amazing gift. And you're using the crap. Like we flew through some amazing
Pancakes.
olive oil too. You know.
And next week I'll report on the G Love Festival this
Ooh.
weekend.
Yeah, have a great weekend.
I will.
G-Love. It's going to be awesome.
I will.
Linda Kearns, thank you.
Have a great day, everybody.
And just ahead, we have so much more in store for you. Got to talk about my friends, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, and the all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split that they installed in our lower level in our office area due to that poor ventilation. This is a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, and I've been telling you about this. It's a game changer. We are loving it. You got to take advantage of tax credits up to $2,000 right now, and the rebates are awesome, up to $1,100, expiring soon. Just visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, before we go to break, Dawn, I don't mean to, but the wife says that's probably the best vanilla extract ever, and so she says thank you to Linda as well.
Thrilled.
Yeah, so thank you, Linda.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm opening my own coffee shop.
I smell a caffeinated catastrophe.
And I needed menu boards and banners printed.
What you really needed was a reality check.
Staples really came through. They printed menus and signs, even flyers in time for my grand opening.
And that's when the other shoe dropped.
Not quite. I got $125 off my custom print order.
Cha-ching! For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. Ends 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-1313. 800-791-1313.
Still spending on search ads, hoping to capture new customers? The truth is, search reaches people who already know your brand and is rapidly being replaced by AI. If you want real growth, you need to get in front of new customers on streaming TV, where attention is high on their favorite programming. Viant has proven technology to reach the right customers on the best programming, delivering real outcomes. Want better results? Visit ViantCTV.com today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, If it's small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
In the news right now, with former FBI Director James Comey making his first court appearance, and this is in Virginia. This is DOJ going after him, accusing him of lying to Congress after that grand jury indictment. So he's pleading not guilty as expected, and this will proceed. So we'll see where it goes from there. We also had, there was so much news that broke throughout the day. And I didn't even send you, Dan. Vivek Ramaswamy was actually the latest person as he was taking questions. He's, how they're doing the Turning Point USA on the campus tours. And my son, Michael, and I were just watching it last night. They had it on some random feed somewhere. It was pretty interesting, actually, with people doing Q&A. So that was going on.
I love the format. It's a fantastic format.
It really is.
It really, it is. And what it is it's essentially what town halls should be. When we talk political town halls, a person coming up to the mic off the cuff, asking a question, debating with the person. No prepared, order of questions. No. It's fantastic.
I think that one thing I would love, seriously, with tonight's debate, in all seriousness, with Jack Chettarelli and Mikey Sherrill, I would love to see that kind of format where the candidates just don't. It's kind of a waste, I think, to have a formal debate. Sometimes they have their canned answers. I would rather see this format because it puts the candidate to the test. They don't know what's coming, and maybe they'd have to take the same question. I'm not sure how you would. I love that format, though. I think you get to know a candidate much better.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And it's the thing is, I think also what it exemplifies is the ability for that candidate to think on their feet too, which is a big part of being a politician, making, hard calls for an individual. You got to be witty. You got to be quick. And the whole prepared reading off a script, I don't vibe with. So 100% done.
Agreed. So one thing, I don't think we got to this all morning long, and it's on the topic of immigration, obviously a huge topic in the USA, and President Trump speaking out about it. We told you an hour ago about what's going on in New Jersey, in South Jersey, with these so-called Freaky Friday letters, where there are rumors that high school students are going to get a letter and there might be a raid at their school. ICE denies that piece of it, but apparently letters are going out in some form, or ICE reaching out to, let's say, teenagers to say, we'll give you money if you want to go back to your home country. So that's one of the stories. We've seen a lot from Kristi Noem, former governor, obviously, and now as secretary dealing with this issue. She's there in her camo outfit, her little boots. I've only met her once, I think once or twice. She's so thin and fit. So she almost looks like she could be with the law enforcement group because she's She's just muscle wire. She's always got the hat on.
She does.
But then the full makeup, too. You know what I mean? Which I get a kick out of.
I don't want to be that guy, but if you were to cast someone in a primetime drama as a good-looking ICE agent, I think
there you go.
Kristen Noem plays the part really well.
And she could totally do the pull-ups. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
She's like ripped with the muscles.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you have a couple clips with her.
Yeah, so Nick Sorter had some great footage. He actually was with her all day yesterday, alongside her. I texted him, friend of mine. Would love to get him on.
Now, how do you know him?
He actually, Sorter initially came to the scene, or came to I started noticing him after the East Palestine disaster, the train disaster out Ohio, Western Pennsylvania. Yeah. He was really the one on the scene, and all those videos that caused J.D. Vance to show the water changing, those came from Nick Sorter, and ever since then he's kind of made a career of being a on-the-street kind of reporter, and that's caused... I guess she invited him or something, but he was directly with her all day yesterday, trailing her. And here's footage of when Noem goes up to a detained illegal immigrant and almost interviews him, trying to find out his history as to how many times he came back and such.
It's incredible.
His name is
Hello.
Jr.
Hello. I'm Christy. I wanted to ask you a few questions. How long have you been in the United States? You don't know? No English?
¿Cuántos años tienes en los Estados Unidos?
Alrededor de 7.
7 años.
How many times have you come in and have gone out of the country illegally?
¿Cuántas veces has entrado a los Estados Unidos y te regresas de México?
5.
5 times, and he's been here 7 years.
You've been here 7 years? When's the last time you went back to Mexico? And is he a convicted sex offender here?
Sí.
No?
¿Tienes cargos?
Here in Portland?
¿De qué?
Provincial. What was your crime in this country?
¿Qué fue?
Listen to this.
Tenía una relación con una persona a minor.
A minor?
Minor.
Okay. You also know it's a crime to be here illegally, and you will be prosecuted.
The convicted,
correct?
Child predator.
¿Cargos de arresto?
Sí. Do you have family here?
No.
Do you have children?
No.
No? So how old are you?
7.
27?
37 o 47.
37
years old.
Okay. And you're not married and you have no children? Okay. All right. Well, you will be brought to justice and prosecuted for your crimes.
Llevan cargos, tocarte lo que explicamos ya.
Okay. Do you have other individuals and family members that are here in this country illegally?
¿Tienes familiar que están aquí en los Estados Unidos legales?
Are you the member of a gang or cartels?
¿Eres miembro de otra organización criminal?
No. All right. Thank you.
Gracias.
Yep.
She walks away from
how did it go when you took him down?
So initially he was passive, and then when our officers, operators put hands on, he got a little bit feisty. He's a big guy. He's 6'3", 260 pounds, so he put up a little resistance. So we had to take him to the ground to execute a arrest and for safety of everybody. None of my officers are injured. They're really highly trained, so we were able to take him down. There's a little bit of scratches on his head, but that's what he gets for resisting arrest.
So that was Kristi Noem right to this guy's face. And if you're watching on YouTube, you saw it. But if you're not, if you're listening, then she walks over to the vehicle where the suspect is cuffed, hands, in front of him, cuffed, sitting in the vehicle, the official vehicle where he's just been arrested. So she's walking over, and this is a convicted sex offender involving a minor in and out of the country, and they just, come back in. So to me, it's kind of fascinating to watch in the sense that the suspect is very casual, very cavalier and sort of casual because he's been arrested so many times. Obviously, I don't think this guy realizes he's actually being interviewed not just by a female cop, like Dan said, who looks the part. No idea. They call her Ice Barbie, of course, which I don't think is such a bad thing, quite frankly. But anyway, I would take it as a compliment. But that's me. I don't know if she likes it or not, but she doesn't care. She's Homeland Secretary, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? This is a high official within the Trump administration. I don't know that this guy realizes, like, dude, do you know that she directs a huge Department of Homeland Security as the director, the secretary of that? I'm not sure that
You're talking to El Capitan,
right.
essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the capo, baby.
Yeah.
But she had put out word, every time thanking these ICE law enforcement officers going through. I think it's important just to see that because this is an operation. And when you speak to even the local guys who live here locally with ICE or, just talking to anybody across the country, these are not just random. They're not just walking around looking for people or profiling. These are targeted clearly. And so they're arresting people who are already convicted of crimes in the past. They're previously convicted criminals. They were booted out of the country and they just come right back in because they knew during the previous administration that they could. So they just, borders open. Oops. It's like catch and release.
Let me ask you, though. Newman Price writes in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Just arrest a dude. Does everything really need to be on frickin' video? Your thoughts, Don?
I think that part of this is for the officers who are accused of things all the time. I think it's good that they do record it and that it's transparent. As far as the ride-alongs, is it a bad thing? She's allowed. She's riding along. She's, telling them. But part of this, remember, is that they're making sure this goes viral. They want people from other countries or even in this country to understand that this is active. So these are basically commercials. This is going to go viral. Who do you think, Newman, is going to look at this? Other illegals. They're going to look at this. Like, oh, man, they got operations all across the country. They're coming after you. You might as well take the, like $1,800 or $2,000. You might as well take the money and just go because they're going to get you anyway. You might as well take it and self-deport. So all of this, you're right. It's a public relations move that they know is going to be in the algorithm. Because remember the Biden administration, they gave everybody free, they have free cell phones. So it's in their algorithm because they're looking at all this stuff, quite frankly. Yeah. So they're going to look at her. Oh, Ice Barbie. You know what I mean? But now they know who she is and she wants them to know that. You might as well self-deport because remember what she said in her video that she shot at one point. She told them, if you self-deport, we're not going to hold it against you. Now this guy's different because he's already a convicted offender of I don't know if it was sex trafficking or if it was, I believe it, as I recall last night when I was looking, I think, yeah. So I believe it was a sex offender involving a minor for age 14 and under. Okay. And you heard what a big guy he is, which kind of, it just makes me cringe. But yeah, to your point, Newman, and look, Newman, think about what you create. You create these videos and fun, even your Arctic Breeze, which we laughed about. Thank you for doing that in the AI. But in all seriousness, this is a free commercial that they're doing. So they're trying to put the word out. Self-deport for those of you who are, obviously non-offenders. And then you can come back, have a chance at a true legal pathway to come here, and we're not going to hold it against you. 855-839-1210. We will be right back.
Win your share of $500,000 in prizes at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Strike It Rich drawing. Earn entries now through October 25th for your chance to win weekly prizes. On October 25th, 5 grand prize winners will win $25,000 worth of gold bullion. The $500,000 Strike It Rich drawing. Win your share of $500,000 in prizes only at Borgata.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Exciting news from my friends at Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and Dr. Cooley Bentz are thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments. So if you're a patient with complex dental need or a general dentist who could use some backup on those complicated cases, Bentz Prosthodontics is your #1 solutions provider. Visit them at BentzDentalGroup.com to book a consultation today.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin.
Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Some big announcements, big guests tomorrow that I'll be letting you know. I know I said it in the past hour, but we'll remind you as well. Tonight, the big debate. And what's up with Marjorie Taylor Greene? I got to mention this one, the defection. Oh, the media loves it. Let's get into it, though. What's going on over at Broad and Liberty with our friends there? As one of the headlines, Krasner's violence prevention grants politically targeted. Ruh-roh. So, Ben Manis, haven't chatted in a minute, doing some great investigative work. How are you, my friend?
Hey, Dawn. Yeah, it's been a very busy 2 weeks for me. And a really troubling 2 weeks for Larry Krasner because the actual, chickens are coming home to roost for him right now. So if you don't mind, let me go through a brief timeline for you. Okay, so let's go back to about a week ago. On Wednesday, a judge actually ruled in the Bologna case that Krasner can be sued for civil rights and wrongful prosecution. He does not enjoy immunity for going after cops like Nicoletti, Bologna, Pownall, and Mark Dial illicitly. He went after them harder than he does the average criminal, and that is a civil rights violation. So he discovered he doesn't, have that shield anymore. Then on Thursday, President Trump announced that he's going to investigate George Soros and the Open Society Foundation and Alex Soros for their role in perverting the course of justice and all the illicit funding. So that Friday, literally the next day, we dropped a piece. And my piece was about the various questionable coordination that he's had with his PAC, because the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund did a deep dive and a FOIA request nationwide, and we actually found Krasner using his Krasner Law at Gmail account. Oops, did I say that over the air? Yes, and Krasner actually coordinated with Bren Collective, Real Justice PAC, and a couple of other big PAC donors directly. And that is against the law, and we do have the emails, and they have been published at Broad and Liberty back on September 26th. So when you saw the very next day when Frank Scales saw him in the park and he had a meltdown, you have a little more color as to why Larry was a bit stressed out. Because old Larry is, his skeletons are starting to hit the pavement. By the way, spoiler alert, the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund was stonewalled by the Philly DA's office in their right to know requests, and has started talking to lawyers like George Bichetto to sue him for that. Because what they did find in these emails was from other subpoenas. So what do we know when we actually get Krasner's personal information? We shall see. So 1 week later, yesterday, I had a piece come out, and I was actually working these simultaneously because they took a lot of research. But we were able to get a file about the money going out. And here's what I found. I found that while Krasner's getting all this illegal PAC money coming in the door, he's taking public money in the way of violence prevention grants. And he's pushing them out to voting blocks on election years at a rate that's double what they would be on non-election years. And that includes election of Donald Trump. So he's basically, what the numbers are showing is he's using violence prevention grants from the DA's office, using your tax dollars to buy votes. And he's doing it through the mechanism of these, violence interrupter programs that, both of us in the past have talked about how ineffective they are and how there's literally no metrics, to track them to see how our money's getting spent once the money goes to these opaque nonprofits. So, yeah, he's got a lot of trouble with money. And it really doesn't look very legal. And I am just sitting over here patiently waiting for Attorney General Sunday or the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District and Pam Bondi's administration to announce some sort of investigation. Because the PAC story alone shows illegal behavior.
Well, as far as, Ben Manis, as far as the violence prevention grants, there were, if you remember this, I want to say even during the pandemic, or as we were coming out of the pandemic, there were some crowded community meetings in which people, different groups who were local nonprofits of community groups who had applied for some of these grants. And there was I remember there was some holdup, and that was the claim of it, that the grants come through actually Krasner's office, the DA's office, and they sort of dole these out, and they choose or work with those nonprofits. So I'm just going to, I know you have to ask all these questions as well. I'll play devil's advocate. Was there a holdup? Is the reason, for example, that maybe the money is doubled up, is that things were backed up and now they doled out the money that is sort of back paid, if you will, back promised to some of these nonprofits that have already been approved to get that money. Is that possible?
I wouldn't deign to say that. And I'll tell you what, well, for one, it would have been really nice for any of our requests for comment to have been answered by the Philly DA's office, because if that was their, plausible deniability, they absolutely could have showed us those applications, and we absolutely would have published it. They did not respond to our comment. But let me be clear. In 2021, so this is literally the year following our record homicides and the COVID crisis, right? He had 5 rounds of grants for almost $700,000, right? If that had some kind of snag because there was a big backlog, the George Floyd issue had just started this whole defund the police and then shill the money out to these nonprofit argument, right? So had that been the case, why did it dip to $310,000 and only 2 rounds of grants in 2022? And then swell to $957,000, then $2.8 million, and then now $2.5 million, and we're only halfway through 2025. So it just doesn't make sense that, what you're saying, and I get it, you want to give him the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't make sense that suddenly when he's got a legitimate challenge from, Judge Dugan, he's giving out $2.5 million under a year. To basically the same groups. And let me highlight something you said on the way to what you were asking. He doesn't have a transparent granting method. So there's no place I could go to say, okay, these were the following people who applied. Here was the criteria for their applications. And this is why we got to the people who did get the funds. Right?
Got it.
And that's in and of, in the federal system, you have to do that. You can't just say, hey, Northrop Grumman gets this defense contract, but Lockheed doesn't. You have to show why.
Yes.
So, it's very strange how we got here. And let me just remind you of something we actually previously talked about a couple years ago here on this very show. He had another scandal with money where victims funds, these aren't grants. Like when you get victimized, you get money out of the Victim Compensation Fund. And it came out in a city council hearing that he was, quote unquote, losing victims funds. That, people who were victims of crime were getting, and we never actually saw that. That was Councilman O who brought that to the table. He had actual victims' testimony in front of the city council, and they never really closed that loop and showed you why that happened, where, these poor people were not getting their relocation funds or what have you.
Yeah, I will say that the only time we know about, to your point, the only time we know about some of these different issues, like the Victims Fund with victims not get, or the victims' families, and then as well the other issue that you had mentioned, are when the community groups come forth and say, where's our money? Either for a nonprofit that wants to do the right thing within the community. On its surface, these are wonderful programs, and they're grassroots kinds of programs that have been chosen to really try to make a difference in the community. So you hate to hear that this kind of politicking is kind of infesting that, even. And
I would absolutely love someone to contact me.
Yeah.
If they're in a legitimate violence prevention group, they're out there in the street trying to make a difference. They're breaking up gangs, what have you, and they didn't get their money. And now I'm showing all this data to these bigger organizations, and it looks like, on paper, correlating to these election years, that he's using it for street money. And we all know what street money is, when people are basically paying to get out the vote.
Yes.
They're buying votes. It's no good. It also, correlates to why he's having events in certain places and not other places. How Frank Scales could be barred from walking into Mother Bethel AME Church versus, a public library.
Yes.
Or, a public, there are bigger venues for people to go to in these communities. He isn't doing that. He's going to where he's trying to basically donate funds to individuals to get them to get the voting bases out. Only in his base. He's not trying to win over votes in the Northeast or South Philly. He's only trying to, stir up a radical base.
I wanted to just touch on as far as the Officer Joe Bologna situation, Inspector Joe Bologna situation, because we're talking about that era, Ben Manis, of 2020. We all remember that horrible summer. And so he was acquitted. As I recall covering that, it was like a half an hour that the jury just said, this guy's not guilty. And he was exonerated in that alleged assault with a baton, encountering a protester outside Temple there. How's Joe? What's the latest with him as he goes through this? And the piece I want to highlight here is, you think about serving as a law enforcement officer in your career, in your life, and then to be disgraced in the headlines, which of course, that just emotionally on that level, you're disgraced. And it was the lead story for so long, and then it just dies. And even when sometimes when you feel like somebody's exonerated, it gets a blip, and then boom, it just disappears, it vanishes. What's the latest with regard to that, as far as Joe Bologna, how he's doing?
Last time I physically saw him, it was a while ago, he seemed to be doing very fine. Joe was a very stoic individual, so he wasn't showing the stress. But let me get a little personal with you. I've been in his position in Washington, D.C., 20 years ago. So I understand where he's coming from. And he is professionally ruined because of this. So let's say Joe, and he was never a part of the political machine in Philly. So him making commissioner at some point was kind of a long shot, but he absolutely could have ascended to chief inspector or deputy commissioner and then off to Ben Salem or Abington or one of these more law and order communities to be the chief. Well, there isn't a town council or city manager anywhere in the, collar counties who would take the chance on him now because of this negative politics that is associated to this, even though he was acquitted and exonerated. Mm-hmm. And I've been there. I had that same type, of incident happen. So, what do we do now? Well, he has to win this lawsuit because, the chances of him getting back in the mix is very rare. And it's a shame, actually they might reinstate him to the Philadelphia Police Department, but just like they did, you remember John Josie, who, ironically, Krasner keeps bringing up to attack Dugan because Dugan's the one who did not indict him, right? Mm-hmm. John Josie got his job back at the rank of lieutenant, but they would restore him to his role in command of highway. So he was he ended up back in a patrol district. And ironically, the very week he went back to service, he saved the family from a burning house. So, had Krasner had his way, Josie wouldn't have been on that street that day and that family would have died. It boggles the mind how many good people of service get ruined because of politics. So it is very important for George Bicchetto, the great attorney, to win this case against Krasner, and for the Soros prosecutor ilk around the country to realize you can't hide behind immunity. And if the laws don't change, at least they'll come after your personal, finances for this.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they're high-profile cases. You had mentioned Mark Dial. Have you seen him? And is there any update on? The Mark Dial case?
No, I haven't seen him. There are certain family members that are in contact with me on Facebook and all. Listen, I think Dial, especially Ryan Pownall and Officer Nicolay. Mm-hmm. There will be cause for a class once the Bologna case reaches fruition. Certain things really showing how craven Krasner was in prosecuting police officers versus regular people. The one thing you really need to see to prove it is the fact that he charged each of these officers with PIC in addition to the various little assaults that he wanted to charge them with, or murder in Canal's case, right? And none of those cases held up. But the fact that he would charge an officer for possession of an instrument of crime, for having their duty weapon, the thing that the police department, the very city government that he works for, gave them. They issued them that weapon. So he's just going above and beyond to just what they call laddering in the UK, which is an illegal act in the UK. He's laddering these charges, stacking these charges onto these officers to make them try to plea out, to make them scared. And it doesn't work because they're all going to come back and sue him at this point.
Well, Ben Manis, we love Broad and Liberty. It's great to catch up with you, and I know you're always busy, so we can't wait till next time. Thank you, Ben Manis. BroadandLiberty.com if you want to check out Ben's latest pieces. Thanks, Ben.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Dawn.
Take care. Yeah, these are stuff. Yeah, it is, and with this, we do have to talk about the media. This is how we just talked about Kristi Noem, and Newman Price brings up a good point. Why does Kristi Noem, as think about the Department of Homeland Security, keeping the homeland safe. Why does the director have to go out, dress up, go out with these guys in the ride along? So part of these jobs, quite frankly, is getting the media attention nowadays, going viral.
Yeah.
In videos. It's a piece of it, and that's self-promotion. And so I'll take you to, as far as, these social justice issues with a high profile, it's a highly emotional type of issue. In the Officer Mark Dial, it was Eddie Irizarry, the tale of two 27-year-olds on these different paths. And so an emotional family with the Irizarry family. I mean, this hit a lot of notes. And if you're a DA and you're coming up for re-election, you want to serve the community. And so, you might hate me for saying this, but in truth, this is what many of these officials, Democrats at the local level, or whether they're Republicans on the big scale, on the national or even international level, they know what is going to play. They know what is going to go viral and what is going to get them headlines. And part of that is keeping a job or even advancing your career. You may hate that. You may hate when I say that. But this is the reality that we live in. And very few people try to think of anybody right now who is highly successful, especially as an elected official, who does not get these kinds of headlines. Name one that you can think of who is somebody who wins elections and advances their career, whether it's on the DA side, Attorney General side, you know what I mean? Whether it's state, local, national. Think of somebody who does not get these big headlines. Now, do some people do it better, right? In a more, let's say, a classy way, a more acceptable way, bipartisan, or they're well received, perhaps. But try to name somebody who does not capture these headlines. And so maybe we have to change that. Or maybe we have to look at ourselves and say, what is it about us, we the people, that we can't just look people up and find their record and then vote for people who are amazing human beings, who are super smart and effective and efficient in their jobs, but they don't need the media attention and the headlines. Maybe it's us that we also have to criticize. I'm just saying.
I disagree.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, because I think a lot of it is just a void. Me and my dad, my father in news media, we often talk about the rise of social media influencers or politicians that utilize social media to a good degree. And to your point, I think, to one of your points, I think it's because there's been a void by legacy mainstream media of actually covering the truth of what happens out there. Yep. And you made the point there with Kristi Noem that she is an example of you have to kind of do your own reporting because they won't report for you. They won't report the truth. And, I think it's just a void that needs to be filled. And I don't see it as a bad thing, I look at Nick Sorter as an example. We were just talking about him. A guy that probably had no desires to do investigative journalism, ends up in the profession, makes a career out of it. But he's
citizen journalism.
But he's telling the truth, which is nice. And he's showing us what's happening when legacy media won't.
Well, and to your point, and Ben brought up the word transparency. And so to your point, this is a contrast, right? Because you can judge what somebody's doing. But, for example, Nick is out there, Kristi Noem is out there, the agents are out there, and they have cameras all over them.
Yeah.
right? And so they're trying to be transparent. That was a promise by Trump to say we're going to be transparent.
Yeah.
So if Krasner did that, would that make everybody feel better if he was more transparent with all of this?
I don't think so. No, I'm thinking too, like Philly,
a provocateur,
Philly DA,
obviously.
he kind of did open up the behind the scenes,
Mhm.
and all he wanted to do was just prove a point as to how fast he can charge police officers and hold police accountable. So I think it's just going to make things worse on that case. To your point, though, Jim Daniels says it's because people love the pro wrestling promo style sound bites that have taken over social media.
So it's the norm. All right, quick break. We got to take a break. Thank you for, we'll go through if you want to call in 855-839-1210. There's a lot breaking too. We'll update you right around the corner.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Drier and cooler conditions make a return to the forecast through the day. Today, we'll see skies becoming mostly clear through the afternoon. It'll turn breezy with a high of around 73. For tonight, a colder night, mostly clear, low of around 50 for the city and colder out in the suburbs. And a cool day on Thursday with plenty of sunshine with a high 65.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the leaves change, it's the perfect time to refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. For over 45 years, we've been family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, delivering quality kitchen and bathroom models you can trust. And now this fall, we're giving you even more to smile about. Enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. Bring warmth, comfort, and style into your home this season with savings you'll love. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. They support a healthy heart, cholesterol levels, reduce inflammation, and provide joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things I can do for my health. Now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue's Omega-3 supplements. Right now, use that code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue Omega-3 supplement, including their most popular Rescue 1250. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50. That's OMEGA50 to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free at res-q.com.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It was a local story that made international headlines. A Bucks County father, husband, house full of kids, and all of a sudden their home surrounded. I know that there was a back and forth about whether or not these were SWAT teams. However you want to talk about them, these were heavily armed law enforcement officers, and they were descending upon a very, quiet neighborhood, house full of kids, mom and dad, kids crying. It was Mark Houck. Remember this? Now, we talked about Larry Krasner earlier. What's notable in the whole story is that even District Attorney Larry Krasner thought there was local police. Nobody thought that what happened outside an abortion clinic in Philadelphia rose to the occasion of charging anybody. And yet, a year later, after Mark Houck, a Christian Catholic father with his young son outside a clinic there across the street. And so it was a year later that they were arrested after an interaction with a pro-abortion or pro-choice, whatever you want to say, protester, right? And so I remember interviewing Mark Houck at the time, and he had said that they expected him. He was shackled to the desk. Remember the whole story? And so they arrested him, and they said, we're going to throw the book at you, essentially. All you have to do is just plead guilty to a misdemeanor. This will all go away.
I have his wife who actually brought Jesse Waters through the day. If you want to hear.
That's all right. I mean, okay. I interviewed him multiple times. Yeah. So that's all right. I mean, we've heard it. We covered the whole thing. Remember this? We had, our friend Pastor Devlin was there, and he was inside the court with the family praying. There were people outside the federal building right here in Philadelphia. It was a huge story locally, right? And Mark told me, they said to him, look, this is all going to go away. You can plead out. It'll be a misdemeanor, slap on the wrist. We'll make it all go away. And they thought that that's what he was going to do, but he did not. And he said, no. And he had to talk to his wife. And that's, Mrs. Houck has said that she said, oh, no. It was basically fight, fight, fight. I mean, that was really the theme of that happening all those years ago. It didn't take much, even during the proceeding. If you remember, the judge was like under the judge's breath saying, this all you got? And so it was not a surprise, I don't think, to the judge or any of the court observers that Mark Houck was exonerated. And it was a very bad look at the time for the Biden administration. Okay. And then he's suing, seeking millions of dollars and so on and so forth. So fast forward now. Listen to Josh Hawley, the questions he's asking. This is relevant. It's a local story. Listen to Josh Hawley.
Here's what I think needs to happen. Madam Attorney General, I think we need a special prosecutor to be appointed whose sole responsibility will be to get to the bottom of what has happened in every instance that I have just named. I think we need to know exactly who approved the wiretaps on United States senators, who knew about it, what agents were involved at DOJ or the FBI. I think we need to know exactly who signed off on the Catholic memo, the spying memo, Who was involved with it? How far did it go? I think we need to know exactly who authorized the prosecution of Mark Houck, who terrorized pro-lifers and tried to intimidate them. I think we need to know. That, Mr. Chairman, this committee needs to do oversight hearings. We need to have thorough hearings into what has happened these last 4 years and this abuse that has now just been uncovered, because we have to ensure that it stops. As you just said, Attorney General Bondi, we have to ensure that it stops. This chapter in American history needs to come to a close, never to be opened again. The use of the most powerful law enforcement bodies in the world against ordinary citizens and political opponents must end once and for all. And we have a chance to do it, and it needs to be done with a thorough investigation, full transparency.
So that was Senator Hawley. I think, to me, that's one of the mic drop moments. And so just to let you know what Democrats are pushing back on, there is tangible evidence, according to all these records that are being dropped, right? The evidence shows that Jack Smith, under the direction, obviously, of Merrick Garland and the Biden administration, he directed the FBI to target senators, citizens, Catholics, and the FBI then obtained call logs and metadata. That's what the evidence shows, and it's that you can't refute that. I mean, that's very obvious. Call logs, the date and the time and the metadata, okay, tied to nearly a dozen of these Republican senators. I believe one House member who was Pennsylvania. I mentioned that yesterday. But is it wiretapping? So the Democrat talking point, just so you know what's to come, Democrats are saying, well, technically it's not the wiretapping. I had a little fun with Linda Kearns last hour, but so in truth, the question is, who do you believe? Now, Josh Hawley, some have said, oh, well, it's a shame he misspoke and said wiretap. Remember, though, that he was a pretty high level attorney general himself, Missouri, right? He was the AG. And so somebody with the law degree and all of that, I'll just leave you to decide for yourself. Hawley is going one step further than what is within the file, which makes it very obvious that they were tracking and targeting these individuals. He's saying the word wiretapping. That's a whole different scenario, right? Because that would mean, were they listening to these phone calls of elected officials, and then who? And then were they wiretapping, for example, the Catholics or the parents going to school board meetings? So that takes it to a whole new level. But certainly his allegations, his calls for the special prosecutor, I think that'll be met. That's the next thing to come. Do we have time for one more?
Yeah, you want some more from Hawley?
Yeah,
or Hawley on Houck?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, here you go. And volume.
Mark Houck and the pro-lifers who were prosecuted for what? For going to a clinic, an abortion clinic, and praying on a sidewalk outside an abortion clinic. This is Mark Houck and his beautiful family at Mass. This man, at the direction of Joe Biden's FBI, this man had an FBI SWAT team come to his door in the early morning hours with his beautiful children there, terrorizing them with weapons drawn. He was then arrested and prosecuted. Unfortunately, a jury acquitted him. This is what was happening under Joe Biden.
So what the Democrats will say, well, technically it wasn't FBI SWAT. Well, technically it wasn't a wiretap. They're not denying the other stuff. You know what I mean? So I think moving forward, we will see the naming of, I suspect, and we pretty much got the confirmation from Pam Bondi yesterday, they'll go into this and get a special prosecutor and find out. And then what did they know? When did they know it? And with Merrick Garland, then look for the conversations between all of these individuals. And was this a Biden order or mandate? So there's just so much to look at. There was so much breaking yesterday, but I wanted to get to at least some of it. I don't think I have time for Marsha Blackburn. I pulled a clip that was yesterday that from 2 years ago where Marsha Blackburn was questioning Dick Durbin, and she was essentially saying, that he could have released the Epstein files. And so that was, so we have those records. We keep all those receipts, just so you know, we know, and we're all over it. There's a lot breaking. Obviously, Comey in court today. That's another headline. But this is why I'm so glad that we're live and local. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT right here with Dom Giordano.
Hey, thanks, Dawn. Long awaited, forever. We try to get Ennis Freedom on. He has a new book out. He's here at 12:30 finally.
Awesome.
I would invite him to Mulligan's. I don't know the security concerns. I still probably would do
Challenge
it.
him to a free throw contest up.
I'll guard him. I mean, he's only 6'9". He's a little bit slow. I don't think he can cover me.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that, and we'll also talk about the Jay Jones guy, the Attorney General. Dawn, not only does he want to kill people in Virginia, but he was driving 116 miles an hour and got community service, and he served it for his own pack that was 46 miles an hour over the speed limit. Oh, my God.
Well, he said he was sorry.
Yeah, this guy's got to be watched. Wow.
Crazy. It's an awesome Freedom Dom show just ahead.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, it is Dom time. I can't when they went after him. Rocket scientists, LeBron James, among others, okay? So he'll be here at 12:30. Big issues, big guests. But we got a lot of other things that are out there. We're hoping to get on film reviewer Christian Toto, who usually we can get on. I'm looking at a story today, and I didn't know it was released here over the weekend. And we'll get to Henry's review. He liked it. I see this film now. They didn't time it to do this, but I'm kind of in agreement based upon the material as they explain it, that this film, One Battle After Another with DiCaprio, is going to inspire potentially more left-wing violence. It involves a lot of random bombings. It involves fighting back against figures that are very Trumpian. The government taken over by white supremacist nationalists got to bomb them out of existence. And that's dropping right now and causing a stir. And, you know, the Hollywood Reporter is not far right or anything. They say conservatives take aim at One Battle After Another, year's most irresponsible movie, some are calling it. Film critic John Dimitri, who I vaguely have heard of, he writes this. He called out to the sleeper cells of film reviewers who joined the media mob praising One Battle After Another, and his ire could have gone further. This is the politicization of Hollywood. This is pushing back again on President Trump. So we'll hear Henry, but hopefully we get Christian Toto on. And we have a lot more on Zach Bryan. We have, I'm going to play you Kristi Noem. Our buddy Chris Tremaglia wrote a piece today at the Washington Examiner. Will Mr. Bryan consider, when he talks about ICE busting down your door, how much crime, how much violence with criminal illegal aliens here do you have to face before there's some acknowledgement of that? A Laken Riley song, a Rachel Morin song, and thousands of others. But he did the usual defense, as this blew up yesterday, and he basically said, well, you'll have to see the whole content. Now, stop it, buddy. You know, who writes this stuff for you? You were proud of it with Springsteen to go down Broadway. And even more than talking about ICE, you know what gets me? The cursing and the attacks on cops. I always go there first. I don't know about you. That's where I go. I sniff it out. I see it. Yeah. ICE busting down your door. Attacking the cops. So that is causing quite a stir. And there were a couple more things that were said about it, or that he has said about this, that you have to look at. There's no explanation other than he wanted to write this. We have the dude from Big Lebowski, Jeff Daniels, who usually doesn't talk. We don't have him?
No, Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges. Yeah, why am I saying Dan? Yeah, Jeff Daniels on my mind. Yeah, Bridges. Here's Jeff Bridges, right? What the hell does he know about this? But that doesn't stop him. He's learning how to do iPhone 17 or something like that. He's sitting there eating breakfast. I heard him on the way over eating lunch. He's in a bathrobe. He knows about ICE. Here's Jeff Bridges, cut 13.
Are in such a troubled time, I think is a good way to say it. People are getting crazier every
Jimmy
day.
Kimmel?
And
yeah.
I wonder if we could, if you perhaps could summon the dude to share some words of wisdom tonight. Is that possible?
Yeah, well, when the people need the dude, I can be the dude, yeah.
You okay in this chair or?
Well, wherever you like,
Okay,
man.
well, I happen to have a pair of sunglasses if you want those.
Oh.
And I have a cardigan sweater.
Let's get down to business, man. Okay. Nice. I can channel the dude.
That's not bad, right?
You got a Caucasian man?
A white Russian?
Yeah.
No, but Guillermo does. Guillermo, you got a white Russian? There we go. Thank you, Guillermo. All right. All right. There we go. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see now. I think I'm going to just look the world in the eye, right? I'm talking to the world now.
Yeah, you don't need sunglasses. Yeah.
Hey, world. Yeah, the dude here. So, yeah, man. Can we just all calm the down? I mean, come on. I'm talking about, all the wars, the fighting, the canceling. I mean, let's just chill out, man. Come on, tone it down, We're like at, what, 9? We ought to be at 0, or 0.5 at max, right, Guillermo?
Lamboski.
Yeah, gracias, amigo. Yeah, and just call me dude. Yeah.
Okay, dude.
Yeah, ice. Let's get ice off our streets and into our beverages.
All right, it took a long time for that, but there we go. The ice, they're all, ice busting down your door. All right? Here is Christy Nome breaking down the stylings that we talked about yesterday of Mr. Bryant, who I have a little bit more here of what he said, why he wrote what he did. It's kind of a call to arms about America fading here for both left and right. Here's what Christy Nome said in rebuttal to the ICE stuff.
You have a convicted pedophile here, a couple of criminals here. These are bad hombres, as the president would say. Yet you have major cultural icons, big-time country music superstar. His name's Zach Bryan. He probably has tens of millions of Trump supporters in his audience, and he just released an anti-ICE song. I want to get your response to that, especially given what we've seen today.
I heard that and listened to a little bit of it, and extremely disappointed and disheartened, and actually I hope he understands how completely disrespectful that song is, not just to law enforcement, but to this country, to every single individual that has ever stood up and fought for our freedoms. He just compromised it all by putting out a product such as that, that attacks individuals who are just trying to make our streets safe. So, Zach, I didn't listen to your music. I'm happy about that today. Today that makes me very happy that I never once gave you a single penny to enrich your lifestyle if you truly believe what that song stands for. But I am going to go out and probably download some Jason Aldean songs, John Rich songs,
Kid
John
Rock.
Hardy, Kid Rock, any of those guys. Those guys know what it means to stand up for freedom. So I'm glad I didn't waste any money on Zach.
A follow-up, Secretary. Zach Bryan.
All right. And meanwhile, Eric Dickerson weighs in, and I always thought of him as relatively mediocre. I mean, I know he's the record holder and all that. I never saw him as Jim Brown, who's the greatest football player ever, without a doubt. See Ray Didinger, he'll tell you that, and I agree. But Dickerson went after Bad Bunny, wanted to know where he's from, and he ought to go back there. And he said, this is the NFL, the politics they play. They sometimes played it on me. So this is a free fire zone. Meanwhile, Delaware Valley Journal, and they have every right to do it, but this is the bottom line on this political violence and just the seething part of it. Over in Haverford, a leafy suburb, or is it Haverford Township, Delaware Valley Journal writes about the fact that the entire neighborhood is populated as we head toward an election. Here's the headline: Sign of the Times. In Haverford, the signs say, resist. Resist signs are sprouting up all over Haverford Township. A resident who contacted Delaware Valley Journal to express his dismay about the unneighborly signs asked that his name not be published out of concern over backlash. He's especially concerned because of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, saying the resist language feels more like a call to act aggressively. Well, you could argue we're not brittle. We're not made out of, we're not going to just by them putting up resist signs. But it is very interesting. How many of these people that put up resist signs are the same people that have no home for hate? And they believe in science and civility and all that. Are resist signs, as this guy said, unneighborly? In other words, they're not just opposing Trump and the policies and whoever's running in Delaware County and the Republican Party. They're saying resist. They're walking around with berets like they're the French resistance. That's what they're saying. That's a little bit, they have every right to do it. But again, the suburbs. Again, this mentality that's out there. By the way, if you're anywhere near, I was running a little bit late today. On my way home, I'm going to check. A few people sent me photos of the post office that's at kind of the intersection of Midvale and Ridge Avenue. It's a little bit down, and the flag at the top appears to be upside down, the international distress signal. If that is a post office flag, and I find out that it is, all right, we're going to go on a massive investigation here. So if you happen to be over there, anywhere near there, Roxborough, there's gas stations there. There's a Mexican food place on one corner, I think. Midvale and Ridge Avenue. Is the flag flying upside down, turned upside down? If they would dare do that with a post office. I mean, anything's possible in Philadelphia. I know, Dom, at least it's not the Chinese flag. For now. I don't know. Flying the flag upside down is more offensive to me even than the Chinese flag because we know exactly what they're saying. You know exactly where they're going if that's the case. All right, Henry is scrutinizing pictures where they put up photos, yeah. It certainly looks that way to me. So Kirk's at the controls today. You can let him know if you're going by there, if that's the case. I plan to go by on the way home, but several people sent it to me. I don't know if it's taken down now, put back the other way, but this is the type of seething that's going on out there. One more thing on that Virginia Attorney General. Now we have reports, in addition to admitting to reckless driving, he was going 116 miles an hour in a 60-mile-an-hour zone. Then he was supposed to complete his community service with a non-political, charitable nonprofit. He completed it with his own pack. This guy, 116 miles an hour. My God, in a 60-mile-an-hour zone? This guy's a menace. He truly, truly is a menace. But he also, reports are today, said that the more cops that get shot, the less they'll shoot civilians, because then they'll understand. You see, but this guy's got a constant violence. We're going to teach you conservatives a lesson. We're going to kill your babies in the mother's arms. Then you'll learn. Then you'll learn how mean those policies were. Now, this time, and the Virginia statewide FOP have gone after him. They're one of the major groups in Virginia saying, no, this guy's got to resign right now. Wow. An all-star Democrat, and not one Democrat nationally at least, has said this guy's got to go. They're not going to say it. They're going to try to tough it out to the election. All right, let me give you the side today. The rally on Friday is reaching a level now. I can't say what I know, just to say the coverage is going to be unbelievable. Okay, I'll say that. We'll have Matt Rooney on tomorrow. I don't know if he can say then at that point or not as we prepare for it. So there are going to be a lot of speakers, and I saw this article yesterday. Scientists, very scientific method. They have divined a method of saying what is the catchiest song, a song that you have to hum, you have to move to of all time, and they had the top 10. The number one was We Are the Champions, and I could see that. You've heard it enough. You got to hear it a million times. The YMCA, absolutely. There we go. Let's hear it. Yeah, it's a build-up too. and the tension of the buildup that gets you to. So I could buy the science on that. We want to know a song you would have if you were speaking at this big event on Friday, your walk-up song, so to speak. Think of the crowd, think of the boardwalk, think of, everything imaginable there. Should I say Bruce Springsteen sucks is the opening words?
Oh, God.
That has nothing to do with anything, but gravy. Good night, everybody.
Short and sweet.
Yeah, mine would be, even though it's not catchy, I just get more energy because I was at an event when this was played, when a woman, it was a Mannion event, jumped up and said she would stand with you. And that's Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA. And we've had Lee Greenwood on the show 3 or 4 times, and every time you get chills. That song, that's why they play it at the beginning of a lot of rallies, Trump rallies. As long as they say on Friday, I tell the MC, it's Dom time. That's all they have to say. They don't have to do, can you imagine walk-up music? There's 20 speakers and a closing music.
So, just to be clear, you wouldn't use your own walk-up music that we have for the radio show?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
We get the Who in here?
Yeah, okay, I could do that as long as the guy says
just use your own intro
no,
already.
ladies and gentlemen, it's you know what
It's Dom time.
You know what? Send that to Matt. Ask him if they can possibly play it. I do like the Chicago Bulls.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I love that. Yeah,
was the Alan Parsons project, right?
Yeah. If you don't get energized, if you're a player hearing that, you probably get too energized. I mean, you're ready to run through a wall already. Okay, Henry, what's yours?
All right, partner. Keep on rolling. You know what time it is, baby. Yeah, I would take the song "Rollin'" by Limp Bizkit. I would like that part because look, if I'm running a campaign or something, or if I'm doing something, I want to keep the momentum rolling, and I want the crowd to be fired up. What better way to get fired up than blaring some new metal over the speakers and have everyone headbanging while I walk out, with peace signs like I'm Richard Nixon.
By the way, you gave me another idea here, too, Henry. Take a note, send it to them. Who do I not want to follow? I don't want to follow Scott Presler.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that
no shot. Yeah.
No shot. I'm not following Scott Presler. I'm looking at the rest of the list. I don't know. I don't know if this is a Benny Johnson crowd. I don't know if they'll know him or not. Exactly sure.
He's big enough on the internet.
He is, but they know Presler because of us.
Oh yeah,
because of the hair and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Benny Johnson's more for the millennial audience, so I don't think they're going to really know his music or him per se.
I don't think so. Trying to think if there's anybody else in there. Jeff Van Drew, Jack Chitterelli. No, I think the only one is Presler. Don't follow Presler. Come on, just one out of all those speakers.
The height, the hair, passion.
That's too much.
Can't get over it.
Yeah. I mean, I have to lift up the mic. I'm never lifting up the mic.
That's the thing. Yeah, if you come on after Scott, you have to bring the mic down.
Right. Yeah. I'd rather stand on a box and do that. All right. 855-839-1210. Kirk, how about yours?
All right, so mine was electric, and that was Hulk Hogan's Real American Film.
Oh, yes.
That one brought the people to their feet.
Yes.
People were banging their heads, doing the...
Yeah. And even with a political crowd, that works.
Yeah,
definitely.
That was young and old. I mean, you have everybody standing up, so imagine having that. That'd be awesome.
All right, I have to tell Mike Donahue and Scott and Matt Rooney, they don't have enough to do. We need all that done. They have to get it in print.
Right.
All right, 855-839-1210. Ron Jaworski, Henry told me he can't make it because of football season to the football throw, but he wishes you luck. And they think a 40-yard throw, from how I described everything, is in the works. Didn't know about a Bridgestone ball, though. So that's okay.
All right, that's still good. I have Jaws endorsement. That's all I need behind me.
Exactly.
Nice.
All right, I knew that would get you. Now go out there, kid, and throw it 50 yards. All right. I just want to see if he can still throw it that far. If he can, that's
he can still throw. He can do it.
Yeah, I mean, he threw it 86, I think he said, in tryouts. That is just otherworldly. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. What would your walk-up music be? And it's pretty clear here. We're seeing, again, with this film, a couple of other things out there, that we are seeing just dancing with political violence. It's in the air. It's all. I'm not saying the film intentionally did this to go after Trump. It's just landing at a time where this is so ripe and rife that it's all over the place. And Democrats will not forsake this Virginia Attorney General candidate. Now we have witnesses saying, you talk to them about, if cops get shot, then civilians won't get shot as much. This guy is demented. We'll play you coming up, Henry. I think we have that. We have an ad that's been, I like the one line in the ad against the Virginia Attorney General that says he goes to work every day in his suit. The ad's pretty clever. We'll play that coming up. But get the calls lined up at 855-839-1210. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. What a day. The big rally October 10th in Wildwood for Jack Ciattarelli, but just as good, the pregame show at Mulligan's, the Summer White House, noon until 3. Big guests, maybe some gravy thrown in. Join me this Friday, October 10th, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood at Mulligan's.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah. The crowd at the seaport would go wild if Henry's comes out with that walk-up music. Yeah, more of it. Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Or they go, what the hell's going on here? What did we come to here? All right. It's going to be a diverse, age-wise, et cetera. They might recognize that from Henry's walk-up song. What's your walk-up song if you are coming to the rally, if you were speaking at the rally? I don't know if Presler has walk-up. I think he said Demi Lovato. I don't know if that's appropriate at this
No.
round. But yeah, he did
Oh,
say
I forget
that.
what song it was, though.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if that's going to work here. But fabulous event. And don't forget mulligans before. Make it an entire day. All right. Kirk just gave me the Cheddarelli campaign, green eggs and Taylor ham. I'll save it, though, because we got a little time crunch here before we get to a big interview with Ennis Freedom. But it is very well done. Particularly the closing lines are beautifully written. I don't know if they have a poet over there of fractured rhymes with the Cheddarelli campaign, but it is very well done. All right, let's go to Richard, Cincinnati, Ohio. Hey, Richard, good afternoon.
Who wouldn't want to come down to the walking music of Living in America sung by James Brown? And I would love to see you, Dom, to come down the steps dressed like Apollo Creed did in Rocky IV.
All right, thank you. You know what I love about James Brown, too, all-time great entertainer? The sweat. When he gets going, the sweat, and they have to come out with a towel, toweling down the whole thing. Oh, my God.
The sweat.
You know who used to use that as bumper music? Bill O'Reilly, the radio show, because I filled in like 50 times. He loved the James Brown Living in America. I think they used it as the theme at the beginning. All right, so you heard Henry's rendition. What do you think would work? Hit us with that. Joe of Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom.
Afternoon.
Dom, this song, especially this time of year, the anticipation it builds and just the fervor that it builds up to, especially when Joe Torre would walk out to the mound, signal out to the right center field wall, the gates would open up, and out would come Mariano Rivera, and you knew it was off to Never Never Land, and that was Never Sandman.
Yeah. He didn't have the pyrotechnics of our guy, the Phillies now, but he's the most effective of all time, without a doubt.
Oh, but Dom, I went to watch a Notre Dame Virginia Tech game a few years back at Virginia Tech, and that's their walk-in music, their Virginia Tech's, and that whole stadium flexes up and down with that. You could feel the concrete bowing.
That is a great one, Joe. All right, well, we'll see you on Friday. We'll see what we come up with. I'm still sticking with Lee Greenwood here for this crowd, but Henry's is effective. All right, for years, we've been after this guy as a guest. You know the story, right? Ennis Cantor Freedom. Wouldn't say he was a star player. I think he was a starter on some teams. He was a heck of a rebounder. Bit slow in the NBA. They used all these things against him. What was his cardinal sin? Well, when he spoke out against Turkey, notorious dictator, it was, shaky ground. Maybe they didn't like, oh, man, when he went after China and started wearing the sneaks with freedom on it and all that stuff, you can't say anything about communist China with the NBA, even today. He's next to talk about his love of America and his new book, just out yesterday. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Drier and cooler conditions make a return to the forecast through the day today. We'll see skies becoming mostly clear through the afternoon. It'll turn breezy with a high of around 73. For tonight, a colder night, mostly clear, low of around 50 for the city and colder out in the suburbs. And a cool day on Thursday with plenty of sunshine with a high 65.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210. For years, we've tried to secure, he's much in demand and he's around the world, Enes Kanter Freedom. His new book, though, just dropped yesterday, In the Name of Freedom by Enes, and he joins us here in Philadelphia, and I'm happy to announce, at least he told Henry, that he will be making a stop here in Philadelphia. Enes, welcome to Philadelphia. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, man. Hey, every time I come to Philly, they did not, they didn't welcome us with their open arm when I play for Boston Celtics. But
well,
let's see how it is.
Yeah, you know the trouble you had. That's mild compared to how we feel about the Celtics here. Oh my God, yes. So, Enes, are you still playing ball? I'm asking because you want to shoot some hoops when you come here to Philadelphia. I've challenged the greatest
in the world. I'm still in good shape, man.
Oh, you are? Yeah. Okay. All right, Henry, set that match up I told you about. Remember, he has to spot me 50 in a game of 49.
Oh, God.
Okay. So, Enes, great book, great story. I read an excerpt to our listeners today about being inspired to be an American. For those that don't remember, talk about the initial difficulties you had and, boy, you know, trying to play basketball at a high level and having to have armed guards with you. So it was, who was in charge? Was it Erdogan was in charge of Turkey at that point?
Yeah, so Erdogan has been in power since, I don't know, since the day I'm born, I guess, almost. You know, he's been in charge for 21 years, I believe. But unfortunately, him and Kim Jong-un was the only one that has not lost an election yet somehow. No, it's been very sad, man, because Turkey was a democratic country before Erdogan, but now this guy literally that destroyed the whole country. There is no freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, and many journalists and are in jail, and many media outlets are shut down just because of they don't think the same way that Erdogan thinks.
So your dad, too, I mean, the sacrifice you made in this to be speaking out when your dad still there when you first started to use your platform in the NBA around this?
You know, people keep talking about me losing my basketball career or losing tens of millions of dollars, but there was nothing compared to losing my family. I wanted to stand up for the things that are happening in Turkey, and I have not seen my family almost 11 years now. And they put my dad in jail. They fired him. My sister went to medical school for 6 years, and she still cannot find a job. And my little brother was getting kicked out of every team. Freedom comes with a sacrifice. Without a sacrifice, there is no freedom. And unfortunately, when you are fighting against a dictatorship, the hardest thing that you're going through is what your family is going through. So it's tough, man, because like I said again, this is my family, most important thing for me, but I haven't seen them for 11 years.
Yeah, absolutely. So how does this then pivot to even a bigger trial? I mean, Turkey, despite your family certainly, and you and your personal freedom, I mean, teams were afraid they might attempt to kidnap you, right?
Yeah. So I now have a bounty on my head, $500,000. I mean, now I have to live with that the rest of my life, and everywhere I go, I have to let FBI know where I'm going all time. And when I had a conversation with the American government, they gave me a list. I am now only allowed to travel to 29 countries in the world, because if I go to another country and that country has an extradition deal with Turkey, they have to send me back to Turkey. And I have 12 arrest warrants in Turkey for me. But I think the toughest one was the bounty. I remember I was having a conversation with some of our politicians in DC, and I asked a very simple question. I was like, how can a dictatorship like Turkey put a bounty on American citizen head in U.S. soil? Please, someone explain that to me. No one had any kind of answers. How could you answer that? Um, it feels weird, man. It feels weird to just.
Yes, but I thought that from what we know, Brian Fitzpatrick is a champion of yours. That's the guy the congressman. Do you have allies in the country that are? I didn't know you still had a bounty on your head and no relief as an American citizen. Well, part of the politics, this better than anyone. Turkey, even though you wouldn't think is a superpower, where it's located, the strategy with Europe, et cetera, as you know, people want to stay in the good graces of Turkey.
Right. No, I do want to give a shout out to Brian Fitzpatrick, because he has been helping me with so many things. But I mean, you are right, man. I mean, America needs Turkey. Turkey is a NATO ally, but like the confusing thing is, like, Turkey does not act like a NATO ally. Turkey buys S-400s from Russia.
Right.
They shake hands with Putin. They shake hands with Khomeini, Iran. And the crazy thing is, they give passports to some of these terrorist groups out there, like Hamas, like Muslim Brotherhood, like Hezbollah. And these are all documented on internet. You literally can go and look at it. So I'm confused, man. How can a NATO ally can work with these terrorist groups out there and actually gives them passports so they can go in and out of European countries? How can a NATO ally actually threatens the whole Europe and says, if you don't listen to what I have to say, I'm gonna let all the refugees go to Europe? So I'm confused.
No, you hit it right. What you're suggesting is exactly why they get away with what they do. The pivot point. Now you're an activist and basketball player. Because of all this, you start talking about China. Oh my goodness! And you start with the freedom and all that. Who did NBA players criticize you? Did LeBron James criticize you?
So I do want to give a huge credit to NBA. When I was fighting against the dictatorship in Turkey, Adam Silver, the commissioner, supported me. My teammates and all my, the coaches supported me. As soon as I started to talk about the problems that are happening in China, that support was nowhere to be found. You know why? Because they don't make a lot of money in Turkey, but they make billions of dollars in China. More people watch NBA. More people watch NBA in China last year than American population. So think about the numbers. Think about the endorsement deals, TV deals. So it's a hypocrisy, man. It's sad to see how can the biggest dictatorship in the world, like China, can pressure a 100% American-made organization like NBA and fire a U.S. citizen. I mean, look what happened with Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey, now I believe he's the GM of the Sixers.
Hey, by the
But
way,
no,
he's wrecking us, but I know what you're going to say. All he did was say free Hong Kong, and the world almost ended.
they NBA has lost $150 million for just because of Daryl Morey tweeted about stand with Hong Kong. But you know what? I do want to give him a credit because when I was talking about these issues happening in China, he called me. He said, "Listen, they made me took my tweet down. They made me apologize. They made me say some things that I didn't want to say, but you don't apologize. You don't take your tweet down. Keep going." So that gave me so much hope. And also that shows the hypocrisy of the NBA because NBA and Adam Silver said, "Oh, we have Daryl Morey's back. He can say whatever he wants." But behind the curtains, they were pressure him to apologize and says that, "Oh, he's not educated enough." It's hypocrisy, man. And you know what?
It is,
Someone
but
has to expose it.
you know, you are still espousing great American values and freedom. What is your life like, though? You mentioned the bounty's still there. I mean, wherever you go, you need security. How do you live? How do you make an income? How does that work?
Well, I have now a panic button next to my bed, and FBI said whenever you feel uncomfortable, push that button and we'll be there in 2-3 minutes. Um, and I have to live with the panic button right next to my bed. I'm now only allowed to go to 29 countries in the world. I have to live with a bounty on my head. I haven't seen my family 11 years, but you know what? That comes with it. I know it's going to sound crazy, but the day I start to criticize China, my agent called me and he said, "Listen, man, I work for you. I don't work for the NBA. If you say another word, you're not going to play basketball ever again. You're 29 years old. You're going to lose, 50 million, 45 to 50 million dollars. And not only that, you're going to lose your career. You can play another 6 years in this league." These are the things that I have to go through if you want to stand up for the things.
It is inspirational. So I got to know, though, you played for the Celtics. I followed you. I know the stuff they started to say, you can't play defense and all that when the NBA was coming after you. Who are the couple of the players that you played against? I see Steph Curry in your book that are otherworldly. Who is it that we should know? Because, I can't play NBA basketball. Well, stop.
Let me just answer you this. Let me just answer you this first.
Yes.
Let me just answer you this first. Before the year before Boston Celtics, I played for Portland Trail Blazers, and my average was double, 11 points, 11
I know
rebounds.
it was. Yeah.
So literally 4 months later, they're telling me I forgot how to play basketball. Come on, man.
You're an all-time great rebounder.
This is crazy.
You are a great rebounder because of your relentlessness, your eye for the ball, etc. And in the NBA, that is a real talent. Anybody that averages double figures in rebounds, that's who I want on my team.
Come on, man. I mean, people are saying that defense. Look at James Harden. I don't want to call out names, but look at Jokic.
That's right.
Look at Jokic. Look at so many other great players.
Yes, exactly right. You nailed it.
I don't want to call out any names, man.
Come on, give us some more. Go ahead.
I mean, listen. That was the game plan. Like when we play against James Harden, the Jokic, just attack him. That was our pick and roll all day.
Sure.
When we play against, I don't know. I'm just trying to think who else is out there. Like someone like Ben Simmons. I know that
you know how he is in Philadelphia. Yeah, we are actively anti. But you will do so well here in Philadelphia when you come. Say those two things you just said. Do you have any idea, Ennis, when you'll be coming to Philadelphia?
I think the next couple of months because I'm doing a lot of signing days.
Okay.
So I will definitely come for sure.
Okay. How can we find that? Well, who should we? I'll put you on hold with my producer, and again, we want to come and meet you and talk with you.
I'll send you my number.
More. Yeah, I'll put you on hold with them, and again, in the name of freedom, it's out there all over the place, and I'm sure you're signing books, etc., and hopefully here in Philadelphia. Thank you. Thanks for your, not just courage, but resilience to be able to endure all this and continue on. And we want to meet you here and honor you in Philadelphia when you come.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ennis. If you guys get that and get the number, Henry, and we'll go from there. Wow. James Harden and Ben Simmons. Oh, my God. Send that cut down next door to WIP. I'm glad he was critical, too. I thought he was going to say some great players, but yeah, he's right. All of a sudden, the NBA said, nah, you can't play defense. You're too slow. You averaged 11 rebounds. I'd love to get your reaction. Thanks to Henry on this. This has been a dogged search to get Ennis Freedom on over the years, and you heard his story. And what is he most happy about in a life that's difficult because of all this? Being an American citizen. Yep. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I'd like to see what would happen to Zach Bryan if he spit in the face of an ICE agent. Calling cops cocky mother effers is a bad look, especially with police under attack in America. But it's his right to do it.
And it's going to be a #1 song.
Well, why don't we survey the Andy Chan holiday block party and ask all those cops when we're there having beers next year? Yeah, I come after everybody on this show. I took out Pam Bondi and Zach Bryan, and we're not even halfway through the show.
We should just hit him up to donate to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Then I'd shut up.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection sales event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For every car sold during October, a donation will be made to Virtua's breast cancer patient and early detection programs. Stop in, see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
SEPTA says the problems on regional rail will last for weeks as it pulls train cars out of service for fire inspections. Flight delays across the country because of staffing shortages with the government shutdown. And the Philly School District is getting extra time to report student enrollment to the state because of the SEPTA issues.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time. If you missed some of that with Ennis Cantor, we will have it up on Twitter. Wanted to play, Henry, then we'll take some calls here. Harry Anton on CNN calls him as he sees him. He's a pollster, and he knows how to put a spin on it. But he talked about the fact that now, what a turnaround, that there is... I'm not going to X, which I don't call. I'm not going to Twitter for my news. That part's bad. But that Republicans have left the mainstream media and they're going to someplace else. It used to be liberals sort of were on Twitter. Here's what Harry Enton said.
Much of a surprise. No, not at all. Specifically Twitter. If you're on Twitter, you've noticed a shift here.
Oh, I would think so. I think there are a lot of folks who have been on Twitter and may have realized, wait a minute, there seem to be a lot more Republicans in my feed, especially since Elon Musk took over. And oh my goodness gracious, what a tremendous, monumental shift on the regular news consumers on Twitter/X. You go back to 2021, the party ID margin. Democrats were 37 points more likely. You were 37 points more likely to be a Democrat on Twitter or X than a Republican. Jump ahead to this side of the screen. It's completely changed around. Oh, my goodness gracious. Now it's a 14-point lead for Republicans on Twitter/X. We're talking about a 51-point shift in the margin, and John and I were talking about it just before. You can see it with your own eyes. This is polling reflecting what you're seeing in the social media real world, where all of a sudden, John, you just see a lot more Republicans in your feed.
All right. So that part, I think, is accurate and brilliant. That is a big change. The part, the way it was built in the beginning about that's where they get their news and all from Twitter. Come on now. That can't be.
Come on. Over half of Twitter is bots. You can't be getting news.
That's another right. Yeah. So it's
your favorite news source might not even be a real person.
Exactly, and it's sensationalistic, even if it is a real person. There's no boundary. There's nothing there that you're going to believe. I think people that are more conservative. Is it Fox News? Is it talk radio? Do they have a local source that they still can go to? Here, the Philadelphia Inquirer fails and all that. And next hour, I want to talk about something we usually don't. The Art Museum is making an all-out effort to win back people since COVID, and they're actually opening up to a pretty famous person to feature him. And the Philadelphia Inquirer has nothing but attacks for this person. It's in today's Inquirer what the Art Museum is doing. And I've been to the Art Museum maybe 10 times, I'd say. There's a lot of stuff there. Philadelphia, and they've even changed the name of it. Let me take another on the side question. The Earl of Tacony. All right, Earl, what's your walk-up music?
My walk-up music or your walk-up music?
Oh, okay. Either one. If it's, yeah.
Well, your walk-up music would obviously have to be Neil Diamond.
Love Neil Diamond.
You walk up
That's right.
Wait, when you walk up in your tracksuit or your shorts, I'm sorry, Reverend Blue Jeans.
What is it? The blue jean thing is worse than any of these memes that have stuck about me. The blue jean thing.
It's ongoing.
I do have black denim jeans for Friday. Little change.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I thought I'd have to sing it in order to earn points.
That's okay.
You can if you want.
You can, yeah.
I don't know if they have it queued up or not, but money talks. It don't sing and dance, and it can walk. Long as I can have you here with me, I'd much rather be forever in blue jeans, babe.
Very nice. All right, Ro and I go. They don't have it. I don't know why they didn't have it in North Wildwood this year, but they used to bring in free entertainment. One was the Village People cover band, and the people are screaming at them. They're not going to do it until the end. And the instant they did it, when they got to the last chorus of YMCA, these people that bring their own beach chair are lifting the chair. They're half in and half out to get out of there.
Yeah.
With Neil Diamond, it was Sweet Caroline. Oh, God. Of course. And the tension. Hey, it's a great night here. Now we're going to do this from Neil Diamond. This is one of his hidden gems. And they start screaming that, and then they want to go. I don't know how artists deal with that tension when they have one catchphrase song.
Yeah.
And they go through all these others. What do you do?
I mean, you got to save it for the end. You got to keep people in the seats.
Yes, but they're screaming at you the whole time.
Ignore it.
And Mangelmarsh says, Dom, no black jeans. It's so 80s.
Well, Dan's my fashion consultant on this. We think it worked perfectly. When I wore it to that gravy sauce debate, that was a politics and pints with 4 hosts. That's what it turned into.
Powdered wigs and blue jeans or black jeans.
Okay. Well, the Phillies tonight are showing you they still have fight and heart, and they are wearing the powder blue, which I think is good versus the dumb road uniform for them.
Yeah, I like the powder blues better.
Yeah, and they're going to wear that tomorrow night too. And a little bit, it didn't happen, thank God. But I think Bryce Harper is handling it pretty well. His 4th child, wife gave birth. I was going to explain, suppose it was a little bit later, what would happen? And you got to play in L.A. All that in a big 1 o'clock hour. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
All right, it is Dom time, and coming up, we got something new, a new Trump plan on student loan debt, selling it. I'll explain in a minute. But here is Kash Patel yesterday, head of the FBI. Listen to the number. Now, I know Chicago is rife with gangs. That's one of the problems. They have their own turf. They're killing each other. We've seen this. Philadelphia once had gang wars that were unprecedented that drove violence. I mean, big time, 30 or 40 major gangs. Listen to Patel lay out why Chicago is so violent.
Taking the juggernaut that is demolishing the weaponization of law enforcement and bringing it to places like Chicago. When I was there today with Todd, we learned that the Chicago city streets have 110,000 gang members. That's right. You heard me right. They had 1,200 shootings this year alone, 360 homicides. When politicians choose to side with those metrics and not their citizenry, thank God we have President Trump and this Department of Justice and this FBI going in there and crushing violent crime. And President Trump sent us into these cities quietly to set the stage, to set up for the National Guard, to see the success that we saw in Washington, D.C., in Memphis. The FBI has been leading the charge in every single one of these streets because we know how to gather ground-level intelligence, and we know how to put handcuffs on the bad guys, and we know that we have the backing of this administration. And most importantly, the agents at the FBI know that they have the backing of the American people and their government.
Absolutely, but 110,000. I wish he gave the source on that. I'm just telling you. I know it's staggering. You can imagine how problematic that. I still think Portland's worse, but also more doable. Portland is a question of wills. You are not going to do what you've done with these Larry Krasner types out there, the mayor, the governor, and the whole 9 yards, and it's only one block or two, cause hell with federal buildings. You're not going to do that. Whatever we have to do, we are going to do it. That's what it comes down to. It's a test of wills. These clowns who probably collect some kind of government check, don't work, Antifa, etc. This is their whole being, their sport, their hobbies. They'll blind people. They'll attack. They have a guillotine outside. Nothing is beyond that. They have to be put down. That is an insurrection. That clearly is an insurrection there on those blocks around federal buildings in Portland. Now, here is Katie Porter. This woman has always been a loose cannon. But are Democrats now going to snap out if they're asked any kind of question about Trump? She is the leading Democrat to take the place of Newsom when he's out by term limits to be governor of California. That kind of surprised me. She's a former I don't know if she's still in Congress or not. And she's with a CBS reporter who's asking her, well, how are you going to be elected if you don't win some of those Trump voters, if you don't win some of these conservatives? And this unhinged exchange, is this going to be the new norm? Democrats are refusing to talk about this today, too, because it's just so outrageous. The question is not, and the follow-up is not out of bounds at all. Here's how it sounded.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, ma'am?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%. Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're thinking.
In a general election? Yes. If it is me versus a Republican, I think that I will win the people who did not vote for Trump.
What if it's you versus another Democrat?
I don't intend that to be the case.
So how do you not intend that to be the case? Are you going to ask them not to run?
No, I'm saying I'm going to build the support. I have the support already in terms of name recognition. And so I'm going to do the very best I can to make sure that we get through this primary in a really strong position. But let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say. If you're from a deep blue area, if you're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have an experience.
But you just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't
I
think
feel
you
like
need
this
them
is
to win?
unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
Correct. And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters, okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered
I don't
our
care.
follow-ups.
I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
Ms.
And
Porter,
we're just going to circle around.
I am an investigative
I have never had to do
reporter.
this before, ever.
You've never had to have a
end an
conversation
interview.
with
To end
a
an
reporter?
interview.
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
What part of I'm me? I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. So I am going to make...
So you're not going to answer questions from reporters? Okay, why don't we go through? I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist, but I will go through and ask these, and if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer. So nearly every legislative...
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you, and I don't want this all on camera.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you either. I would love to continue to ask these questions so that we can show our viewers what every candidate feels about every one of these issues that they care about. And redistricting is a massive issue. We're going to do an entire story just on the responses to that question. And I've asked everybody the same follow-up question.
All right. So, Katie Porter, your next governor, right out of the mold of California.
Complaining about follow-up questions.
I know.
It's crazy.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, she could have said, I answered the follow-up. It's getting a little tiresome. I thought I was precise. All right. You know, this happens all the time on TV. The rule is you ask a follow-up question, they deflect and don't answer it. If you go there again, they say, don't you understand the protocol? When you haven't gotten an answer, the follow-up is the entire thing. Anybody can say anything to me. Larry Krasner can sit there and say, Dom, you and I are in agreement. Yeah. And then, he would. Now, I give him credit for that. It would be, bare knuckle fighting right out of the box. I could just picture him sitting right across. Oh, my God. Okay. One other thing. I mentioned President Trump. This looks like it's going to happen, and I'm going to tell you it does a couple of things. They're looking to sell off the 1.4, I've seen as high as $1.6 trillion in student loan debt that one way or another goes through the federal government. And, of course, this is under fire because you have people that still have not come close to paying off their student loan debt, and they just think if they continue to wait it out, something in the Biden years, it did work for them. This would also downgrade the Department of Education because all this stuff filters through them. So by sucking a lot of this out, it further dismantles the Department of Education. And I know you thought the president would just come in and say, no more Department of Ed. Not that easy. Once something in Washington gets put into place, it's not as easy to get it out. And they know that, and that's why they continue to do it. So we're back to the student loan debt debate, which is always a huge debate. And the reason is that people resent it. Henry, to his credit, doesn't have that much. Do you have any at all now, Henry?
I'm sorry, student loan debt? Yeah, I still got a little bit of it.
Okay,
but
yeah.
Low interest rate, I'm not too worried about
the whole
thing.
We've had producers, have been people 50, 100,000. My mind can't wrap around that, what that's like to have that type of burden, and some of the battle over this. Why is this the one thing that people take out on credit that they don't think they have to pay back? And then we get into, we're hoodwinked. We're told you got to get a college degree. You got to go to the fancy school, all that stuff. All right, phone lines. We'll get you in. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that I need to do is push pound 1210, and we'll get you right on board. Also, coming up, Pritzker and others are now saying that Trump has some kind of dementia, and they're actually naming what species of dementia he might have. Something's burrowed into his brain that he has to get at Chicago and Portland. That kind of dementia. What do these guys say about Biden? That's a test. And the answer is nothing. Or how sharp he was in private. You know, you really can't get away with this with Trump, given what we saw with Biden. It just doesn't work. I still think the headline of today, though, and what we'll have Christian Toto probably on tomorrow, movie reviewer, about this DiCaprio film out. And we'll get Henry's end too. One battle after another in which you have left-wing groups, the good guys, as I understand it, essentially, fighting back against a government embedded with all kinds of bad guys, and random bombings are a part of it. Zach Bryant is already, I don't think, so Henry, let's place our where we go, and we'll see if Kirk has this. I don't think Zach Bryant's getting away with this. He's not going to be demolished. It's not Bud Light, as some of these idiots are saying. But he's taking hits right now the more people hear what he wrote. There's and it also, that's what I wanted to tell you. It also came to light that when Trump got shot and then rose up that iconic photo and said, fight, 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 Zach Bryant said, that's sick. It's despicable. What Trump did there.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's one of Trump's best moments. It's almost like the bullhorn moment. George Bush, we know what his best moment was, the bullhorn on top of the rubble. For Trump, you're shot, your shoes came off apparently in the scrum, you're shot in the ear, the Secret Service is hustling you off, and you still pull yourself together to give that iconic photo. So this guy this is coming out. He's got a track record here. In what universe, as a musician, as a theatrical performer, doesn't he get the drama of that? That if I'm shot and I do that, how can you be critical of me? I've been shot. I'm supposed to whimper off here with this. So I'm betting, I don't know how we'll set the metric, but I'll say it this way. He is not going to be able to emphasize this song. He's not going to be able to ride in with this. He will put this in the background a little bit. I don't think he'll double down on it with this.
He's already, poo-pooing it a little bit, being like, "Oh, wait till you hear the whole song,"
Which would be what?
I don't know. I guess it'll give more context or something, but you can see that he's already backtracking a little bit on it.
I mean, who talks to these guys that they get so emboldened? Look, I think from what I can tell in researching, he's a great storyteller. He's one of the biggest in the genre.
Mm-hmm.
But the genre does have certain things that if you step on them, you better have a really good reason. They would have to believe that Trump is so bad that it's fine to talk about the fading of the red, white, and blue. But how do you explain attacking the cops? You may have had a bad experience with a cop individually, him.
Yeah.
But to be on this platform and to be talking about the arrogance of police in general, not qualifying it. How are country music fans en masse going to go for that? I don't think so.
No, again, it's about, I don't know why you divide kind of your fan base like that. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I understand you want to speak your piece, you have a platform, you think this is the right thing to do, speak out against it, but you got to know at the end of the day that we're in a very polarized country right now politically, and if you say something anti-one side, that side's going to come after you.
Particularly if you're in country music, and it's not one thing he says in here. It's three major statements: the cops attack, the ICE kicking down, you're busting your door down, and then the fading of the red, white, and blue. All three in one short nugget, that's a lot. I mean, when country fans hear that, are going to say, I got to go and get that song. Thank God for that. And we know the people that are going to praise him, that agree with him. I don't think they're going to be jumping in the country. I just don't see that as where they'll go.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I can see someone using this as their walkout song, though, when it's released.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's true. All right, so that's the side. I'll go back to the side question. I like that. We got this big event. You're going to see coverage on Friday, I'm told, for just a governor's race event like you will not believe. So we do hope you're there. The fun of it, and people took it wrong on Twitter. I put up, come for the fun, the drink, the great lunch you get at Mulligan, just the atmosphere, and the pork roll Taylor ham debate. And people thought, where do I vote? Well, you vote at Mulligan's that day.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
We'll have a ballot that day. Now, I had to stop Roe last night. Got a little crazy.
Uh-oh.
She had to put gravy at the
Oh,
bottom.
no.
So, yes. And I think she was trying to put the gravy in a spot where people get confused. She was trying for those confused voters.
Like Henry was saying, it's going to be like a write-in vote.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. All right, for Roe's sake, maybe one write-in vote to pass. She really got upset.
Really?
I'm watching her count during that. She's thinking, how could these people do it? And Leslie Fischerpine was with her, the boat going, what the hell's happening?
Oh, my goodness.
It was
This
like
is gonna be interesting.
62% to 38% out of all those votes. Wow. It was a landslide. Yeah.
Well, I predict it's going to be a landslide for pork roll. I predict
Oh,
that.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Without
But will it
question.
reach like 99%, or are we going to see? I know you'll be offended if 10% say Taylor ham.
Exactly right.
Like, get in there. And I am going to say gravy in my speech. I've already written down because I know
okay.
Jack is a gravy guy. Will I be booed? Then I'll have to stop. Who the hell are you booing here? What the heck kind of crowd is this? I'll have to do the dark side here.
And also the macaroni.
The macaroni.
Yep.
Jack says macaroni. All right. 855-839-1210. But do put that on your It's an all-day festival. No radio station does something like this. Noon to 3 with me and a cast of thousands. And Henry and Kirk will be over at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. And then Rich, 4 hours, like 5 minutes away, he'll be at
This
the
whole
seaport.
station's going to be down the shore.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Friday.
exactly right. How are we getting away? If this were in the summertime, then we go, no, you guys are just going to the shore. No, we do that anyhow during the summer. So this
Right.
is an add-on. Hey, let's talk about the great skill and work of my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. 10 years my dentist, prosthodontist. And exciting news from the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and Dr. Cooley Bentz, his wife, are thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Now, Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments for the most complex dental challenges. I tell you all the time, a number of dentists send the more complex cases to Dr. Bentz. Now, I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years. I've talked about the improvement, my oral health. You'll get that same thing going for you. And a great smile. Get on the road to great dental health and that smile you've always wanted. Call and schedule that appointment now, 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. Or visit bentzdentalgroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a Tasty Cake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, we've got something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. The Jug is famous for their award-winning wings. Try the Tony Bruno sauce. But they offer so much more. The Jug is perfect for lunch, dinner, or a late-night snack with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your Phil's action, yo. And the Champion Birds with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at thejughandleinn.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get 4.75% financing for 60 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $239 a month for 36 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom, 855-839-1210. You get on board. All right, jump in right now. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, just push pound 1210. You know, I have to, we'll have Matt Rooney on tomorrow. I got to tell you, behind the scenes, the stuff these guys are doing, who they've secured this rally and all the rest of it, and the locale. It's almost hard to believe. We're going to have Johnny open up the outside or something, I think, with the crowd that'll be in Wildwood. So make sure you're there this coming Friday. And then over with Rich. That's going to be a heck of a show, too. Some of the people that will be there. We might have a couple more on tomorrow, some of these influencers, et cetera. I just don't want to follow Scott Presler. That and no green M&Ms. That's all in there in the backroom stuff. We haven't negotiated that.
That's in the writer.
Yeah, it's in the writer. Dan used to do this, Henry. You seem you'd be pretty good at it. I will not throw a football there either. That's just for mulligans. That's exclusive.
Yeah.
Unless there's a 40-mile-an-hour wind behind me, then I will do it.
Oh, of course. You got to do it.
Yeah, we'll do it then, yes.
Look like Jaws at that point.
And I need a smaller football, smaller Bridgestone, like maybe as big as that headset that I want to be throwing at. All right. And I'm allowed to run up as much as I want. Usual stuff. All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown. Gary on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Dom, I'm listening online. I don't know what people hear on 1210, what you just played music coming out of the break, but it's crazy to me that when I get to my answer, I'm going to read it to you. Welcome to the jungle. It gets worse here every day. You learn to live like an animal in the jungle where we play. Ready?
Yes. We appreciate
You can't make this up. I was going to switch to sabotage, but I didn't have a chance.
Okay. We appreciate the
played
effort
it just for
with
you,
that.
Gary.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Gary.
Thank you. I get 2 votes. I get the automatic vote.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Gary, very much. All right, we'll put you down for that. All right, I mentioned earlier, 2 key this guy Pritzker, I mean, look, presidential, Rose says to me all the time, well, what difference does it make appearance? Wait a minute now. You're not going to have a president who is undersized. I don't see that. I don't think you'll have a bald president. I'm telling you straight up here, America. Now I'm not voting for that guy who's bald. And if you put on a wig, that's hard too. I don't think you're going to, and this is going to be tough with J.D. Vance. Maybe I'm wrong in this one. We're changing a little bit on beards, but I don't see the beard thing being something that's helpful. It really is not.
No, and
yeah.
honestly, it's the shape of his head.
Yes.
Too.
Exactly.
Where it's
It is.
a lot of people over the last,
Yeah.
however many months have been just making memes about him, inflating his face, doing
Yeah.
all these things with
It
it,
is.
photoshopping on people.
No, it is. So you could say all that you want, cosmetics, and women may even have it tougher to do that. So,
Kristi Noem.
yeah. No, Kristi Noem looks great.
Yeah, but
I was in a spin
South
room
Park
with
portrayal.
her. She looks buttoned up, and she talked buttoned up beyond belief. There were a lot of people jawing at her there, behind the scenes. Not about the dog. That would have been too much.
Gloves
When
off.
you're in the spin room, you really get a sense of up close of the vibe these people give off, how it might be presidential. And I got to say it, Newsom looked in command. Maybe he's inauthentic, but he looks the part, and he looked in command. He had stature and all the rest. Josh Shapiro was a moron running in with a flag with hundreds of people there.
Pulled an Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it was an Aaron Rodgers. So anyhow, Pritzker is a guy that's going to be challenged. So yesterday, Pritzker and Ruben Galago, who's also running for president from Arizona, here's what they told the Chicago Tribune. They say Trump clearly suffers from dementia. This is Pritzker. This is a man who has something stuck in his head. He can't get it out of his head. He doesn't read. He doesn't know anything that's up to date. It's just something in the recesses of his brain that is effectuating to have him call out these cities. And then, unfortunately, he has the power of the military, the power of the federal government to do his bidding, and that's what he's doing. So what I'm saying here is that Pritzker particularly now has broken through to a different form of dementia. Not that Trump is senile or anything like that, apparently, but he has this worm in his brain about the cities, and that's what he's going to do. And guess what? This is another winning issue. They're not going to win when people see what goes on in Portland. They didn't win with Washington. We don't hear too much about now being calmed down by this. This is a winning issue again, and Chicago is the same thing that's happening here. But the dementia claim, backed up by, they said nothing about Biden. On and on and on it goes. So is Trump the most precise on some of this stuff? No. Is that dementia? No, that's his style. That's what he was when he was 20 years younger. It doesn't matter. It's a stylistic thing. And you could say, well, he should be more buttoned. Yeah, I'd like that more. That's my thing that I like. But he's effective. And he's effective at identifying these 80-20 issues. Henry's trying to get on one of these school districts in California. Here's the headline. California's largest school district, Bucks Dems adopts ban on trans athletes in girls' sports. And apparently, a dozen or so, according to Breitbart, have voted to say, nope, they are not going. No, 14 school districts in California now have voted a ban on trans athletes in girls' sports. You got to understand, in a place like California, it's the law the other way. This is big news. And I'd put it this way. We're winning on this issue, but we're not winning quickly. And strategically, that's not bad. Here's the point. If you're winning in these culture wars, but the other side is still fighting ferociously, it keeps the issue alive. So you're winning, but they're killing themselves fighting this battle that they can't win. And every time that they rise up and they have a place where people don't care, they think they're winning. But across America, this issue is gold. It's a 90-10, 85-15, something like that. Plus, it's going to take quite a while before this is over. All good. To me, that is the issue that you live for. You keep the issue alive, and you're also winning. It's kind of like when the Eagles won the first 4 games. They said this is the best of all worlds. And yet, it was like flying by the seat of their pants the way they won, basically. So you don't have to have a loss, but you have a lot to get to your team to talk about that they need to improve. Same thing going on here. All right, more of your calls coming up. Hit us on the side, either for me or you. What would be a song you think would be appropriate as a walk-up I told you the catchiest song scientists say is "We Are the Champions." I don't know if there'll be any YMCA at this event, but I think there will be. Anything is possible with this. I mean, the stuff I'm told behind the scenes of what could, unbelievable.
I don't know. Is that stealing Trump's thunder though?
Yeah, well, that's
like if like one of the Phillies decided, like, you know what, my walkout song's going to be "Kashmir" by Led Zeppelin, I'd be like, no, that's Chase Utley's song.
You know, there's always the potential of kind of an appearance of the person who likes that song.
True.
Yeah, not in person, but an appearance. Yeah, I would play it then. The crowd would go wild.
At that point, yeah, for an appearance, totally.
Yeah, the crowd would go wild, without a doubt. All right, let's talk about something big coming up. Diane Giordano back with us. I'm sorry, no, Diane, have to wait a minute here because Martin is back with us. My friends at Martin Water, you've heard me talk about at our house, Martin Water. They're celebrating their 52nd anniversary with their biggest savings event of the year. Now through the end of October, save on better water for your entire family. We've enjoyed crystal clear drinking water in our home for years thanks to Martin Water Conditioning. This is a great opportunity for you to do the same. We love it, and the Martin Water Conditioning family is incredible to work with. Nobody is more passionate about water. The free water test. Our guy Dwayne, when he comes, first time he came, look at this. They're passionate. Look at the difference. It's there. And now, to celebrate, I think, 52nd anniversary, you can save up to $500 on select system for your home. You want to improve your drinking water? Martin is offering $100 off the Connecticut's K5 drinking system. Save $40 off UV sterilizers. Special 24-month financing is available to those who qualify. Already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central Pennsylvania locations. For details, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. The sale ends October 31st. Give your family the gift of water this fall, and that number is 800-887-7555. martinwater.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/try. QUO.com/try.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
SEPTA says the problems on regional rail will last for weeks as it pulls train cars out of service for fire inspections. Flight delays across the country because of staffing shortages with the government shutdown. And the Philly School District is getting extra time to report student enrollment to the state because of the SEPTA issues.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Drier and cooler conditions make a return to the forecast through the day. Today, we'll see skies becoming mostly clear through the afternoon. It'll turn breezy with a high of around 73. For tonight, a colder night, mostly clear, low of around 50 for the city and colder out in the suburbs. And a cool day on Thursday with plenty of sunshine with a high 65.
Fall is the season for comfort, and Kitchen Magic is here to make your home shine. Family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof for over 45 years. This fall, save 40% off installation on all kitchens and bathrooms. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, you're with Dom. I mentioned the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and I saw this story today. They've changed their name. They're making it more centric to Philadelphia, and they're bringing in DJs and welcoming people. And I really like this, the new person heading this up. They're going to do a show which may include a painting by Stallone himself. It's expected to open in 2026 and part of an embrace between, thank God, Stallone and the museum.
Wow.
The Inquirer has a quote from her. It's an ongoing relationship that we've been cultivating because for me as a marketer, I see it as someone who will reach new audiences. Someone who has a massive platform. I think what we're trying to say is, hey, this is part of our DNA, and we don't want to shy away from that, right? Hey, Stephanie Farr, over at the Inquirer. Stop typing right now, Stephanie. I can predict your column. Dom Cesal, the great Karnak. I can see it tomorrow. The Art Museum has sold this out. Do they know that Trump and conservatives are the enemies of art? You let those vandals in, they would burn it down. It would be like Andrew Jackson supporters who blew up the White House back then. Oh, my God. I cannot believe I'm reading this from the Philadelphia Museum of Art, or whatever they're calling themselves now. Would they actually, bring a talk radio audience in? We know art. But imagine embracing Sylvester Stallone while the Inquirer, I told this to Ro the other day. She said, you mean the Rocky statue at the base? No. That one they can't do anything about. They want to take away the one at the top, and they don't want one at the airport. What's better to greet you at the airport than a Sylvester Stallone statue of Philadelphia? A picture of Larry Krasner saying, hi, you'll be well protected here. A picture of Jim Kenney. Did Jim Kenney ever smile? I don't remember a smile from Jim, other than that wry smile when he said he didn't want to be mayor anymore, but he still wanted to collect the money after the shooting. All right, let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, David.
Hey, Dom. When you talk about these people in Chicago and whatnot, if I was given a chance to ask one question, I would look at them and say, how many murders is too many?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Or sit down. Well, here's what they could say and still keep their sort of liberal credibility. All right, we're willing to work with the president on this. The National Guard is fine. But here are some of the parameters as we see it that would be more hospitable to us. And you negotiate the nitty-gritty of it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's your city. But you're right. Now dementia, he's got something crawling on his brain. And he can't stop it about the cities.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, because the only answer to that is zero.
Yeah, exactly.
We can answer that question.
Exactly, right.
As far as walk-up music, I'm going to be really impressed if you kind of beat the Super Bowl to the punch and play some Bad Money.
Ah, okay. All right. Yeah, there we go.
No.
I don't think that's going to work with this crowd. And come
Exactly
out
right.
No.
Bad. I'm going to say bad hombres is Bad Bunny. I got the bad hombre language. I like the hombres with Trump. He's a bad hombre.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
Well,
yours?
I'm going to go with the song. Yeah, I'm going to go with a song. I'm going to more relate it to Elvis more than that awful University of South Carolina game chickens who use it for their football games. But to me, unlike Joe from Columbus, where you want to hit them right off the bat, I want a slow build up. It's like loving a woman. You want to slowly build up and everything.
Hey now.
So I'm going to go with the theme to 2001,
All right,
with the drums coming in.
Oh my God! Hey, this reminds me, Ro. It's like loving a woman. This song's for you. Yeah, it is. I like the build up. Yeah, that is good.
I'm just in disbelief. He's in South Carolina. He disrespected Sandstorm.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I'm a Gamecock fan, so I can't believe he did that.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
He's not a fan. Okay. That would work. That's always good. Okay. The Chenarelli people, and I appreciate Kirk remembering this from the other day, handed me what they have up on their social, the New Jersey GOP. Headline, Green Eggs and Taylor Ham. I do not like pork roll or Taylor Ham, said at Mikey Sherrill, whose candidacy is a total scam. She said it once, she said it proud, but forgot she needs the Jersey crowd. She says it's gross. She's argued loud. She's even fought the locals proud. She will not eat it in a car. She will not eat it near or far. She will not eat it on a plane. She says it's gross, says it's plain. We love it north. We love it south. It's the true breakfast meat we stuff in our mouth. From Wawa stops to diners old, it's more than meat. It's Jersey gold. But Mikey, oh Mikey, tried to pretend, yet Jersey folks can spot the trend. She talks of honor, duty, and stand, but cheating scandals stain her brand. From Virginia roots to Congress trades, she's made her millions, deals, and shades. Her team can craft, they can spin, they can plan, but they can't make her like pork roll and Taylor Ham. Beautiful. What a
Publish
moment.
that.
Yeah.
Exactly
Publish
right.
that. It is. They have that out there, New Jersey GOP. Great stuff. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of that at the big event. And Johnny, don't forget, over at Mulligan's, putting that on the menu, proud, his own concoction of all kinds of things. And you'll be able to vote either Taylor Ham or pork roll. I'm just looking for one Taylor Ham person there. That's all. Let's go to Nancy in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Nancy.
Hi there, Dom.
Hi.
Great. Listen, just as a quick aside, I'm wondering if Pritzker is auditioning to replace Colbert when he gets canned.
Again, this guy talking about dementia and talking about Trump, my God, he's there because his father made billions that he's misspending in the hotel industry. But what I like, Nancy, he's not just throwing out the same old, same old. It's a particular kind of dementia that Trump has, apparently.
Well, Dom, all comedians have to, keep modifying their shtick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Dom, I have an answer
to
the student loan problem. And I guess my initial question is, why should any student have to pay tuition or student loans for any period of time when they couldn't go to class, when their universities were violating the law and policies about discrimination? And I would say I'm a lawyer by profession, and I would say a nice class action lawsuit against the universities for all of the tuition and all of the student loans to be forgiven and let the university pay for it all.
Exactly. Nancy, I'm not, don't have it in my fingertips, but I do think there were lawsuits. And what this comes down to, and you've seen this as a lawyer, me as a non-certified lawyer practicing, what happens is they basically say, never mind, we're going to let the colleges get, they'll cite some weird doctrine that this is an act of God. What could the colleges do? So you still have to pay them. I hear what you're saying, though. It's outrageous. And this ploy by Trump is starting to take apart the status. Well, all of his battles with colleges are to try to rein some of this in?
Well, all of the investigations by the Trump administration have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the universities were violating the law and their own internal policies on many levels. So that gives great grounds for a lawsuit. And none of the lawsuits that were brought really were successful individually or even representing a few students, because some of them didn't even demand money from the universities.
Right. Good point. What kind of law do you practice? What kind of law do you practice, Nancy?
Dom, I'm retired. I got put out of business by my cancer disabilities many years ago.
What did you practice, though? What was your field?
Well, my last job, I was a senior lawyer working for Brian Moynihan, the CEO of Bank of America.
Ah, very nice. Okay. What's your side today? What would be the walk-up music, Nance?
Well, it's a struggle because, Dom, I was a music major in college, so I can come up with 2 songs. Am I allowed to give 2?
Sure. Well, then we'll decide which one the judges think they'll put in here. Yeah, why not? We'll violate our own rules here. Ipso facto. Go ahead, Nancy.
Well, lawyers always violate the rules anyway.
We know Linda Kearns, but continue. Yes. Yes.
One song that I happen to like, even though the words are somewhat raunchy, is Timber by Pitbull.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Play that as the next bumper with your hand on the, yeah.
Right. I try to ignore the raunchy part, okay? And then the other song is the one by Queen, We Are the Champions.
Absolutely. We'll
I'll
put
go
you
with
down.
Queen.
Nancy, please call us frequently. Thank you very much. Henry, in talk radio, I'm amazed at who's out there. Nancy, big-time lawyer job, but then she cites Pitbull. I mean, if you don't get it, the talk radio. The script arrives every day, I say, but the script is unwritten. The script just unfolds. There are 8 million stories in the Naked City. All right. But that was an very old TV show. Yeah. All right. Is that Pitbull?
That's Pitbull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's the theme of this?
Why don't we just listen?
Okay. Well. Okay. Well, I know that Pitbull is a charter school aficionado. So he has that to his credit.
He does.
Yeah, exactly.
He bought the stadium rights to one of the universities last year. Name it after him.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
He likes education.
So it's 855-839-1210. Yeah, but doesn't he take some backlash? We're told that pit bulls are not really pit bulls. They're like any other dog. Yeah. The pit bull people, calm down there. Not the man, the dog. It's the same thing. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. By the way, the Virginia AG, I'm looking at this on Fox. The big 4 networks, okay, including Fox, not Fox News Channel, have spent in their news 63 total seconds on the AG story in Virginia, that maniac. I mean, look, there's got to come a point where if you don't see that as a huge news story, what this guy has said, and that no one is denouncing. And I told you today that he got caught driving 116 miles an hour, 46 miles over the speed limit, convicted of reckless driving. And they said, you got to work in a non-charity, work it off that way. And he worked in raising money for his PAC. That's just come out. And you don't think this is newsworthy in the climate we're in, this guy, and it's not just shooting his opponent. It's wanting to kill that guy's kids in the arms of the mother. This guy does this routinely. Do we have that ad, Henry, from an organization? It's a PAC that was put up for him. Yeah, they say he comes every day in a business suit, this candidate for attorney general, but he ought to be in something else. Here's the ad.
Stunning new developments in the race for Attorney General.
Violent text messages from Jay Jones.
Messages talked about shooting the Speaker of the State House.
Saying he would put 2 bullets in Gilbert's head.
3 people, 2 bullets, and wishing violence upon his children.
He wished Gilbert's wife could watch her own child die in her arms.
It's not just shocking, it's sick. Jay Jones, dressed up in a suit when he should be in a straitjacket.
Club for Growth Action paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
I love that line at the end. Not in a suit, in a straitjacket. And this guy, 116 miles an hour. That's, getting to 100 miles an hour. Okay, but 116, The Sixers had a player, and he blamed the descent of the Ben Franklin Bridge. Their former center.
Wasn't Julio Okafor?
Yeah, Okafor.
Yeah, I think he did twice.
He was going 109 miles an hour. No one's controlling the car at 116 miles an hour.
No, where are you going that fast?
Right.
You driving at Daytona Speedway?
Yeah,
what is this?
Exactly. And then they give him a break, reckless driving, work in a nonprofit. He works for his PAC. Oh, man. And 63 seconds the nation's news departments have put out on this of ABC, NBC, CBS, and Fox. 63 seconds. This isn't a story that plays into all the violence. Of course it does. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. What a day. The big rally October 10th in Wildwood for Jack Ciattarelli, but just as good, the pregame show at Mulligan's, the Summer White House, noon until 3. Big guests, maybe some gravy thrown in. Join me this Friday, October 10th, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood at Mulligan's.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
It was bound to happen. The Eagles were never going to fly through the season at 17-0. The loss to a good Denver team was hardly shocking. In fact, it just adds to that old on any given Sunday cliche. But that also applies on Monday nights and in this case, Thursday night. Forget that the Giants just lost to the awful Saints. The Eagles better be in their bounce back mode and play their best football. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom time at 855-839-1210. We have Dom's Money Melody, of course, in the 2 o'clock hour. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today. Before I get to the side answer, I'm not taking issue with, but I'm not sure I totally agree with this whole concept of what you call like a button-down presentation. Given realities of politics have changed, and it occurs to me that Mitt Romney was buttoned down. You know what I mean? Even this guy in Virginia, when before all this came out, he was buttoned down. I kind of like the not buttoned down approach. If your agenda is buttoned down and what you're doing is buttoned down, in Trump's case, maybe not everybody's case, but being buttoned down, it smells fake. They want to see something real, and you see a lot of real with Trump.
All right, but let me answer. I want both. I think you can be real and also be more buttoned down. And I think it only works with Trump. I don't think it would work with anybody else.
That's probably true, Dom. You're probably right about that. It takes a certain kind of person to be able to pull that off. But it's just like more of a cautionary tale because button down, it just denotes rehearsed to me. It denotes like an element of fakeness. And I'm not saying it is fake, but I don't know if it's as much a personal requirement in today's political realm as it used to be.
I'll give you an example, and I don't think you're going to think it's fake. And not that I prefer this over Trump, but I'm thinking Stephen Miller. That guy, I debated him once. That's buttoned down, but that's authentic. You know what I mean? There's nothing fake with it.
No, that you got a good point there because in his case, being or appearing buttoned down, it complements his natural personality. You know what I mean? It adds more force to what he's doing. But I kind of like nowadays that a lot more politicians are starting to act a little more real, and I think that voters are less put off by guys who are real, whether they agree with them or not, than they are by somebody who's buttoned down or scripted. You know,
I agree, but I would say, you know, with that comes a little bit of danger. You say the truth, you say something, and Trump is the only one that we've seen. I don't know about others, like John Kennedy of Louisiana is very funny, but it sounds a little bit scripted to me. Like I heard him today and said Chuck Schumer's first car was a chariot. You know, but it sounded a little like
he said that in the mirror like 10 times.
Yeah, he's sitting on like he's. I had to follow. No, I had to introduce him. Thank God I didn't have to follow him once. So I'm going to think about that a little bit more. What's your side, Robert?
Likewise, Dom. I really enjoyed kicking that around with you, man. I think the best walk-on music is something that Al Bundy used, and it would be "Bad to the Bone" by George Thorogood. On the day I was born, the nurses all gathered round, and they gazed at wide wonder at the joy they had found. I'll leave it there, Tom.
It sounds like that fits Robert of Ben Salem. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Have you met Robert, Henry?
I haven't, no.
All time. Guy just is fascinating. Yeah. We've had him there. He doesn't come to the Wildwood stuff that Joe of Columbus does, the Earl of Tacony does, Dave of Somerset, Drew of Upper Darby. Drew of Upper Darby brings encyclopedias there. Okay.
I can see it.
Yeah, I can see it. Yes, exactly. All right, 855-839-1210. Got Dom's Money Melody. Updates on a lot of stuff. It's all coming up in a jam-packed 2 o'clock hour.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade. At KiaofCherryHill.com, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's KiaofCherryHill.com.
Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola. Tailgating and watching the birds. It doesn't get any better. So stop by your local fine wine and good spirits and grab yourself a 4-pack of Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. You can also sample some new flavors in a variety 6-pack as well. All available at your local fine wine and good spirits. And all ready to drink in a can. Jack and Coke. Born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey Specialty. 7% ABV. Jack Daniels Distillery. Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Now that the summer wind has come and gone, come fly with me to the Philly Pops for Luck Be a Lady, the music of Frank Sinatra and Tony Bennett. Hi, I'm Eddie Bruce. Join me and fellow vocalist Kelly LeVeque alongside the incredible musicians of the Philly Pops as we celebrate 2 of the greatest voices of all time. Don't miss this incredible performance, an unforgettable night of swinging standards, classic hits, and rich arrangements. Tickets are going fast. Visit phillypops.org today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Elevate your dining space in time for the holidays with Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20% on dining room pieces, tables, chairs, credenzas, and sideboards, break fronts and china cabinets, servers, even chandeliers. Perfect for hosting family and friends. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code DINING25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit the Hatfield Showroom, open 7 days a week. Happening now through the 15th. Some exclusions apply.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Hey, Kirk, do you mind? I wanted to give Rich something. Rich in the hall. Rich is here in the house. I got to provide something. What did I do with it? The Maniac that went 116 miles an hour. Here it is.
It's in the file somewhere.
Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, the Democrat AG, Jay Jones, supposed to complete community service with a non-political, charitable, non-profit. Reckless driving and texting. And reckless texting. Oh, I buried the lead here. Wait a minute. Raging Jay Jones, the reckless driving and reckless texting. He couldn't have been texting at 116 miles an hour.
I hope not.
That's what the charges were. That's
ridiculous.
Right here. Yeah, Kirk, if you want to give it to Rich here for his show. My God, this guy. And the networks have spent 63 seconds on it. I think it was NBC's the only one that's covered it. He's a menace. He is literally a menace, this guy. And we have people now in Virginia saying he talked to them. If more cops were shot, then they wouldn't shoot civilians so much. All right, I saw something. We'll come to your calls here in a second. On Twitter that we told you about way back in August. But now there's a report out that is able to clarify a little bit more how much of this is happening. So we're into the school year a little bit, and you may have seen this in your school. It's equitable grading. And the report now says that 52% of American schools and districts have begun rolling out a new program called equitable grading. There are 4 metrics that you use to determine whether this school district is using equitable grading. 1, unlimited test retakes. 2, no zeros for missing work. You miss it, you may not pass. It's up to them, but you cannot get a 0 no matter what you do. I'm not doing it. Remember I told you? I won't say his name anymore. It's long ago. I had a kid. Just sat there and said, I'm not doing the work. I have a constitutional right to fail. I brought in the vice principal, and the vice principal in the hallway, Henry, goes to me, well, doesn't he have a constitutional right to fail? I said, fine. Let's put that out there. You have a constitutional right to fail. He goes, all right. What do you want me to do? I want you to go in, make him pick up his pencil, whatever I dictate, and I don't know what it will be. I want him to have to write it down.
Yeah, he's in your classroom.
Right. And I just started taking books, Henry, and here, Alexander the Great. Write it down. That type of thing. And he told him if he didn't, he was going to put him on instant suspension.
Jeez.
But in school districts now, that kid would have said, I have a right, not only do I have a right to fail during this period, but you can't give me a 0. Next up, no late penalties. No homework. Homework is excluded from final grades, and no required participation in the class. Now, they're not saying every school district has adopted all 5 of these. But if you have one, it tells you this is a test case, and the one that seems to be the worst one that more schools are doing, according to this report, is the no zeros. That's where we are. American 15-year-olds placed last year 28 out of 37 countries in math and reading, and math scores just hit their lowest levels in 20 years. Well, we're just going to say, hey, here's 52% of schools are using at least one equitable grade policy. Now in Philadelphia, they not only have the 5. I'm kind of making this up a little bit, but I would guess they probably have 5 more of what they're not going to do. Okay? 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and you are in. All right, Henry, you can give us a quick review. Tomorrow, we hope to have Christian Toto, right? You think he'll come on?
Yeah, he's going to be tomorrow at 12:30.
Okay. I'm telling you, I'm looking at this, and this wasn't planned this way, but I agree with the Hollywood Reporter, and I agree with this critic, John Demtree. Based upon, in general terms, I'd have to see something that would switch me, that this movie out starring DiCaprio right now, one battle after another, in this climate is bad news. It is going to inspire people. Now, it's not direct. It's you can't do a video game. I'm not one of those guys with the video games make people kill each other. But you take people that are already borderline a bit, and over a period of a lot of stuff going on, particularly right now. So you like the movie, but do you see this in this climate where the bottom line is political violence is acceptable? You're dealing with Nazis. You're dealing with somebody with something in their brain attacking cities. Even in Haverford, we talked about this. So Leafy community, their signs don't say elect Henry Machette or Dom Giordano. They say resistance. What do you think?
Well, all right. So when I saw this movie, my first thought is in like the first half hour of the movie, I was like, oh man, wait until someone at Fox News sees this first half hour. They're going to have a field day with this one. And I'm surprised it took them 2 weeks it's been now, or 3 weeks since the movie came out to get here. I totally see the political, getting upset at the political violence aspect, because it is a left-wing kind of militia group going up against, the government that's, deporting Hispanic people left and right. There's bombings.
They go to detention centers and they blow them up to get them out.
Yes, that's exactly what they did. They went to the detention center. They got blown up. The one got caught. And that kind of starts this whole story. And then obviously it fast forwards 16 years later. And that's where the real movie starts, I should say. But yeah, this first half hour, I can so see people getting upset about that. In the era that we live in, I don't think Paul Thomas Anderson intended for this to, obviously the release coinciding with, what's happened lately. But I thought it was a good movie. But yeah, I do see how that opening sequence is problematic.
Kirk, I hate to be impolite. We have somebody in the hallway with something important out of here, so we just find out what it is, because I can't go to break.
No problem.
Yeah, you just find out. I want to make. Yeah. It bothers me to have somebody waiting, because I don't like to wait.
Yeah.
Impatience is not a negative in many instances, Henry. Remember that.
Patience is a virtue, though.
Well, okay.
I think I got that award in grade school one time.
Yeah. The walk-up music part of it, too. Okay. So you are pretty much on board with the film. You can tell me during the break, Kirk. 855-839-1210, you get on board. You think it's a pretty good film.
It's a pretty good film. And the thing is, too, like, I thought at first they might be portraying the left-wing, terrorists as, good guys. But as the movie went on, you're like, oh, no, they're horrible people. I think it's portrayed.
They are?
Yeah. I think because like the head honcho, it's Leo DiCaprio's wife, so to
Right.
speak, in the movie. She's just not a good person. She's the one leading these bombings, like doing
Okay.
these things, and they portray her as an awful person because she gets up and abandons her family. So her and Leo have a kid in the movie, right?
Right.
That's the whole thing. They have a kid. She abandons them to go continue to fight for freedoms in different countries around the globe because that's her prerogative.
Okay.
And Leo gets very upset with her. It's like,
Right.
you have a family here now. You got to stop doing this stuff. Like, it's behind us. It's our past. She's like, I can't. I
Okay.
can't.
Well, I have to. The nuance in your eye with film, I respect. I don't know that the average seeing this though is going to get
Probably not.
that sort of thing. And I think the big picture part of this, in the middle of it, it just and we have Zach Bryan. We've been talking about that around his new song. If this ever sees the light of day, I think he's going to back away with it. It is endless to see this play out. It's just an endless barrage that we're seeing right now. And these attacks on ICE, somebody's going to get seriously hurt here. I'm surprised that we have not. Well, in Dallas, we have people killed. It is inflaming this up and down the line. And again, I have a report that the post office over in Roxborough, the one at Midvale, that the American flag is upside down. I'm going to check it out on my way home. If anybody's near there, you can tell me one way or the other. This is a time where there's got to be more. You got to give up the Nazi stuff. You got to give up. The government is Christian white nationalists and all the rest. I mean, there's enough policy debate here with Trump to go after, to duke it out over. All right. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Yes. All right, Henry, what do you have here?
Yeah, so this money melody is in honor of Gary. I kind of stole his thunder a little bit when I played not Thunderstruck. Welcome to the Jungle. Before we took his call, and that was his side question answer. So I'm going to play for you today a cover of Welcome to the Jungle. Simply put, I want to know the language in which it is being covered here. If you listen closely to the first few lines of this cover, they do speak it in English, and you can really hear the accent of which this country or language, is that the song is from. So I want to know the country or language of origin in which this song is being sung. Really listen for that accent at the beginning of the song here when they sing the first few lines in English. All right, let's take a listen here.
All right.
Make any of that out?
No, I'm not sure. So what are we looking for here?
We are looking from either the country that this song hails from or the
Okay.
language it's being sung in.
Okay.
Really listen for that accent in the Welcome to the Jungle part. If
All
you can
right.
rewind.
855-839-1210. Off on another scavenger hunt here.
The European country. I'll narrow it down that much.
Oh, here we go. 855-839-1210. Get in. We're playing for a $50 Metro Diner gift card. Visit metrodiner.com to place your order today. Great spot. $50 goes a long way. Get in right now.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I'd like to see what would happen to Zach Bryan if he spit in the face of an ICE agent. Calling cops cocky mother effers is a bad look, especially with police under attack in America. But it's his right to do it.
And it's going to be a #1 song.
Well, why don't we survey the Andy Chan holiday block party and ask all those cops when we're there having beers next year? Yeah, I come after everybody on this show. I took out Pam Bondi and Zach Bryan, and we're not even halfway through the show.
We should just hit him up to donate to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Then I'd shut up.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Add even more cash back to your card this season with your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. From now through January 31st, 2026, you'll earn 3% cash back on every purchase. Shopping, groceries, travel, and gas, you'll earn 3% cash back on it all. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get 4.75% financing for 60 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $239 a month for 36 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash these days. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, CNC makes budgeting for your new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me. All right, just let me know on Twitter at DomShow1210 who has gone more off the deep end, Dan or Henry, since he's been in charge of the Money Melody as far as the European tour, the Finns, Zimbabwe lyrics.
Estonia.
It's a pretty close battle. Yeah. Dan's highlight was Taylor Swift doing the great Eminem.
Yeah, Lose Yourself.
It's wild.
Oh.
Yeah, I love that song. I love him in that. The music, the moment. He's got it on it. The rest is regrettable, but there you go. So, Henry, we're looking for, again, what today?
We are looking for the language the song is being sung in besides English. We're listening for that accent or the country it comes from.
Gotcha. Equitable grading in that country. Here we go.
Can you imagine Dom and Ro like?
All right, Paul in Tabernacle. All right, Paul, what's your answer today? Hi.
Hey, how's it going? Would that be Iceland?
All right, Henry, any comment on that?
No, it's not. It's not a very niche country. I'll say that much. I'm not like going like some. There's a reason I didn't give a whole lot of hints to it.
All right, the FCC niche,
niche, whatever.
Yeah, there we go. All right, you say niche, I say niche. No, the other way around.
Tomato.
Joe in Bordentown. All right, Joe, what's the country?
Would it be in Russian?
All right,
No.
Henry, do we need more of a clue here? The other thing, you're looking for the country or what?
Yeah, or the language.
Language, yeah.
I'll say this much: this country sports a red, white, and blue flag, just like us.
Oh, there we go. Bob in Cherry Hill. All right, Bob, what's your answer?
Norwegian.
No, I think they have blue in their flag, blue and white, that I remember. All right.
And you know what? Another flag that is synonymous with this country is the white flag.
Yes, I got you now. Let's go to Mary in Mays Landing. All right, Mary, what do you have?
Well, I was going to say something different, but how about Switzerland?
No, they don't have the white flag. No, I'll put you. Take it off air. When we have a winner, we'll announce it here. Henry, other clue you want to give?
Oh, we can take Frank real quick if he's
I'll
got
take
it. Yeah,
Frank. Yeah, let's see if he's got it.
Oh,
All right,
my
Frank
goodness.
in the Northeast. All right, Frank, what's
I
yours?
think it's French.
There you go.
The white flag, the surrender.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The Maginot Line. That usually wins as one of the all-time worst ideas. Who is singing it, Henry?
This is Knives and Tulip by, Escarre.
Okay.
Escarres. I don't know. I don't speak French.
All right. I had it for 4 years, and I don't speak it either, but that's okay. All right, 855-Uwe Le Tabac. 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. Just as hearing Nick Cale talking about it in the morning, too, this Zach Bryan thing we hit upon a lot yesterday. And the song both attacks cops, talks about ICE busting down the door, and the fading of the red, white, and blue. So today, he says everybody ought to just ease up a bit. When I put out the full song and the full album, whatever it is, it'll all become clear. No, it's not. He's already backpedaling. Bryan is renowned as a country music star, yet he has attacked President Trump. During the 2024 campaign, he reacted to the assassination attempt on Trump by saying he did not support President Trump, but he criticized what he described as the performative response that followed, calling Trump's defiant fist in the air gesture sick. I mean, look, when you get shot in the ear or anything else in a thing like that, and you collect yourself in a political campaign to yell, fight, 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 as they're taking you off still with maybe other people wanting to shoot at you. Hey, buddy, I think you deserve anything you do in that iconic moment. And guess what? People loved it. I still don't think that's the thing. Henry, we were in Gettysburg, Roe and I, and Dan frantically calling on a Saturday. I'm thinking, Dan never calls on a Saturday. What the heck could have happened here? And I thought, and a lot of people thought, that would be definitive. That's why Trump would win. That would be the moment. I don't think there was enough credit given for this. I don't think it was. I think more it was the track record of Trump, and Kamala Harris was beyond belief a bad candidate. Getting shot that moment to the base of Trump supporters, yes, it is iconic. But it's not the thing that pushed it over the top. It's surprising. I would have thought when you get shot and you survive in a political battle, that, and particularly the way he handled it, was one of a kind. I'm still not convinced that's what it was. It was more basic stuff that went on here. But Zach Bryan, I'm predicting, is going to downplay this song. He already is backpedaling on it. And if he continues to push it in this manner, country music has become a bigger tent, but I don't think they're accepting this. Three things. Attacking it. Do you have it, Henry? Do you still have the Zach Bryan cut?
Let me pull it up.
Yeah. All right, here's a cut that he put up on Instagram, and he has now said over the last 24 hours, people are taking this the wrong way. You'll understand the context of it. There's no context. This guy is mentored by Bruce Springsteen, who he mentions in this. All right, here's the song. All right, so three big things in there, going after the cops, going after ICE, talking about you can't build a house. I guess that's a reference to not enough illegal workers. And then the fading of the red, white, and blue. Is country music ever, now, it's a kind of little test. Which one of those three bothers you the most if you hear it, particularly a guy who is in a genre that usually is supportive of it? My answer, you could probably guess, and maybe I'm overly sensitive. It's not the fading of the red, white, and blue. Nope. It's not the ice. It's the cops. Every time, that's where I'm going to go. Because we're seeing, somewhat because of the support they get, somewhat because of the $50,000 signing bonus, WHYY sort of opining today, we're seeing these ads out there, become an ICE officer. There's a lot of downside, a lot of difficulty, but you know what? They get a lot of backing here. But you take the average cop, whatever this guy says, and it's just a continuous battle. Who really stands with them? Well, places like Talk Radio 1210, Talk Radio listeners do all that they can on this and get it. But across the board, take a place like Philadelphia. You're hunted by Larry Krasner. There is no doubt. And the town itself is still down on police. I'm looking today at the story, the guy who is the police recruiter, still saying how tough it is to recruit people to be Philadelphia cops. Why would that be? Look at what they go through. Just look at the mentality here in a place like Philadelphia. And it's worse in a place like Portland, Chicago, probably the same kind of thing. That's what they face. So out of those three things, the first thing I go after this guy on, stop it with the cops. You got to be kidding me. You really got to be kidding me. So he had a run-in with the police. I can just imagine. He went to jail. Now, we give him credit. He served in the Navy. But the rest of this stuff is surprising at best. So we'll see the big reveal when this genius comes out with some context around. There is no context. He floated this. He was told, you are bigger than this. Country music, you're going to revolutionize country music. Is there any genre? Which one of these three? Now, probably with country music, it would probably be the fading of the red, white, and blue. To me, it's always going to be one thing, though. If I have choices in here, just like with the national anthem, it wasn't about the country. They wanted to go after the cops. Malcolm Jenkins, others. They wanted to go after the cops. That's exactly what it was about. Kaepernick, cops are pigs. Bacon, fry them up, the whole thing. It's the cops. It's always the cops. That's where it's going to go. And I'm talking about the average cop in a big city or suburbs, wherever they are. That's who they're going after. We'll see. Country music, I don't know, maybe the subtlety of the last part of this, the fading of the red, white, and blue, whatever the exact line is. Maybe they won't revolt over that. This is not going to be a big seller. And this is going to be something, I think, ultimately, and Henry, I think you agree on this, even though you went to one of his concerts. Is he going to be singing this front and center at a concert? I think it goes on the back burner.
I don't know, because it is an unfinished song. I do want to hear the rest of it. I do want to hear how it turns out, how maybe this is all out of context, the way he's trying to spin it right now. I don't know. If it ends up being a jam, like if it's a good song, I don't know how you can keep it in the background.
Well, true, but how, look, this is an age-old thing. There's no context to calling the cops what he did here, to me.
Well, I guess we'll see. If he starts playing this at a concert in the near future and they start booing him, we'll see. Maybe he just hides it. Yeah, he puts it.
Now, in his estimation, we're seeing a fading of the red, white, and blue. I think that is a point of huge sensitivity for country music fans.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I could see the point he's making, the polarization back and forth, even though I don't agree with it. And ICE busting down your door, to me, there's no context here. I mean, he's going after ICE. But my focus immediately, I tune out the rest of it. When I hear the cop stuff, I really get defensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's the hardest job imaginable, particularly in big cities and what we see. And with ICE, at least they have the backing. At least they're getting a $50,000 bonus. Although you have to worry. In fact, do you have that one here on TikTok? It's a short one of the woman talking about how easy it is to find where they live and who their kids are. Yeah, tell me which one that is. I just wanted to give
7.
7. Yeah, so here is Joelle Phillips about ICE agents, and she's a bit of a, look, everybody's an influencer, but that's her, I don't know how big her.
Quote unquote.
Yeah, quote unquote. Listen, and this was on TikTok, and then we had somebody riffing on it. Listen to this, not only against ICE agents, but toward their children, and making the point to these demented people, do you know how easy it is to get at them?
Hi, ICE agents have children too. Most of them have children too. And it's not as hard as you think to figure out who they are, where they go to school, their names. It's not hard at all.
Now, is that something I would investigate? Yes. When you're getting into kids, when you're telling people, particularly if there's some reach here or whatever, that, yeah, it's not too hard to figure this out. It's not too hard to know where they go to school. And again, that's the burden that ICE agents face. But the proof is either because of the pay, because of the benefits and what they view the country and what they're doing, they are able to recruit. They have a 100,000 waiting list. Philadelphia police are saying they still can't recruit cops. Well, where's your campaign, Sherelle Parker? Where is your campaign out there spending money, advertising, getting in the face of people and saying, we want you to be a Philadelphia cop, you're honored. And the reason is because you don't honor them. You're afraid. It took a 22-year-old, Frank Scales, to unmask Larry Krasner. You're not doing it. You're not going to step up on him. That probably, and he's got a lot of foibles, that is the worst thing about Krasner. And that's hard to say. There's so many bad things. He is a hunter of cops. He lives for that, to go after cops. Larry, you know it. You can't hide it. That's your preoccupation. That and letting people out of jail that should still be in jail and all that, but it's the cops. It's always the cops. All right, phone lines.
Dom, real quick, what if I were to tell you Joelle Phillips, who we just listened to, what if I were to tell you she has an Emmy?
For what?
Makeup.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she works in Hollywood.
She works in Hollywood. She's, let's see, she's worked on the OWN Network, Netflix, NYX Cosmetics, NBC Universal, CNN, BBC, AMC, Johnson & Johnson, and Fox 29 Philadelphia.
Oh, not currently, though.
Not currently, no. No, she won her Emmy with the show Queer Eye for the Straight Guy.
All right, if you told me all that, I would say great research work. Because that's, we should find out where she's working now. Because we'd like to know, what do they think about it. She has I don't even know about a First Amendment right here. This is trampling awfully close when you're talking about their kids and where they are and seeing them at school, to at least encouraging harassment, go after the kids, if not outright violence. You don't have to say it word by word. You don't have to say go and attack the kids. But if you can find out where she works now, I'd at least ask them, are you aware of this? So we don't think she's an influencer per se, but she won an Emmy for makeup. Wow. She's a prominent mainstream person, not somebody living in her mother's basement.
Yeah, she's got a job and everything.
Yeah, and talking about, thank you for that, talking about how easy it is to find the kids of these ICE agents. Wow. Doesn't end. If she were working at Fox 29 now, we'd call them. We'll find out. I guess she's freelances. She works all over the place. But she's won an Emmy for makeup. And yet she's out there tantalizing on social media. Go after the kids. Now, you know the rule. And I've lived it myself. You come after me. I'm a bloviator. We get all that, okay? Even though there are limits there. You mentioned Roe or DJ and Luke. We had a guy, the Bugle Boy. We had to get the VIP force with him. And thank God he hasn't been hurt in quite a while. And he told them, they said, well, don't listen. And he said, I have to listen. I mean, but this is just a guy trying to do his job and protect the country, the ICE agent. And they want to know, these creeps, why they wear masks. Who are they to be wearing masks? You got people like Joelle Phillips here saying, we know how to get to the kids. It's easy. Are you kidding me? And it is relatively easy. Anything in this environment that incites for that is just something that any reasonable employer should take a look at. They really should. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. You know, for years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. They support a healthy heart and cholesterol levels, reduce inflammation, promote joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things I do for my health. Now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue's omega-3 supplements. Right now, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue omega-3 supplement, including their most popular Rescue 1250. Call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or use the code OMEGA50, OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember that code, OMEGA50, OMEGA50. Buy one, get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free at res-q.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Drier and cooler conditions make a return to the forecast through the day. Today, we'll see skies becoming mostly clear through the afternoon. It'll turn breezy with a high of around 73. For tonight, a colder night, mostly clear, low of around 50 for the city and colder out in the suburbs. And a cool day on Thursday with plenty of sunshine with a high 65.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be hearing that as walk-up music on Friday. I didn't ask Rich in the hallway. You may take that up later. Does he have any walk-up music when he speaks on Friday? But we'll find out. That's what we're looking for. That's the fun of it. What is the song that would work with that kind of crowd big event, huge event this coming Friday. And we hope you'll come over to Mulligan's on your way there. Meet Johnny, experience that, get some of that Taylor pork roll, and he has egg in there, the breakfast ham, the whole thing, and Henry throwing the football. The big Taylor ham debate. Watch Kirk on this. He's as rabid as Roe is with the gravy thing. Taylor ham versus the pork roll.
Yep.
Oh, my God. And the way she just stepped right in. Tonight's the debate. So hopefully we'll have Matt Rooney on tomorrow breaking down the debate in addition to that. I think they're confirmed with Rich on walk-up music. Henry, do you have any nod from him on any particular song?
Not yet. He's still deliberating.
Does he have any suggestions?
No,
well, what do you
right,
like? I mean, where would you typically go?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we're talking for Friday for
Yeah,
Jersey?
for Friday for Jersey,
Yeah.
yes.
For Jersey. All right. Well, we got to do something powerful, like maybe Shoot to Thrill, AC/DC.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
that's a great
Good.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
That could be good.
All right.
I'm thinking something in the superhero genre for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
What's Dom's song?
Dom's is God Bless the USA.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have
Yeah.
to do that, yeah.
That's
Or-
a walk-up song, though?
No, it's not a walk-up, maybe. It's Dom time at the end, whatever it is.
It's Dom time.
Yeah, that kind of thing, yeah.
All right, we could, I guess I think for a walk-up song, you need something like really loud.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, it'll be a place where it has to be. All right, so a superhero for Rich Zioli.
Maybe we could do as a question of the day, what should my walk-up song be?
That's what we've been doing here, yeah.
That's what we've been doing.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. We'll throw yours into the
Anyone's, like,
Anyone's,
yeah, like I did Rollin' by Limp Bizkit.
Okay.
Oh,
nice.
yeah. But that audience
What'd you
is
get?
going to go with that. Yes, that's going to be a natural.
Real American. All right.
Okay.
That
Oh,
would
yeah.
work.
Yeah, that's Kirk's. Yeah. All right. On Twitter, you can hit me at DomShow1210 if you have a suggestion for Rich. Again, I'm not sure of the staging of this, Henry. That's your job. Get with Matt Rooney. He's our conduit. Tell him all the demands we have for this.
I think Andrew might be producing down there, too, so maybe we have to get in his ear as well.
Ah, absolutely. And Ro will be with me. The only thing we need is we can't find a pina colada anywhere. Nobody makes pina coladas anymore.
Oh, boy.
And all they say is, no, we don't have a blender. What the heck? I'm serious. Why is the pina colada gone away?
I guess it's too much trouble to make. It's not worth, all the ingredients and the overhead, and then, having to turn around and blend it for a few seconds. You're just wasting time.
But
It's got to be some sort of cost efficiency.
Aren't there other drinks? Fred Herring, I was a bartender there. I mean, you could have got a
I
pina
still say
colada
rum
there.
and Coke. It's easy. Just a
Yeah.
couple of things, half a glass of Coke,
Okay.
a couple shots of rum, and you're done.
All right, Joe of Exton, though, right on brand today for the walk-up music. Rich is right, though. The Lee Greenwood, I'm just sentimental toward it. It doesn't blast it. All right, is there a South Philly song? I'm trying to... Rocky's too corny. Can't do that.
I do one of the Rocky songs.
Yeah?
Maybe not Gonna Fly Now, because that, you're right, that
Right.
is a little generic, but
Right.
something like that.
Okay.
Going the Distance, that's a good one.
That fits, definitely. Let's go to Joe of Exton. I don't know, his walk-up song would be classical. But, Joe, what do you have today?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
This Friday at Mulligan's, when you are introducing Chitterelli as walk-up music, use the song sung by Bobby Vinton, Wildwood Days. This is a song extolling joy, happiness, and having fun.
Absolutely, Joe. Thank you very much. I thought he had Bobby Barron, then he went to Bobby Vinton here.
Yeah.
I think Bobby Vinton is in Goodfellas. Who is it in Goodfellas that sends a bottle of champagne over?
Oh.
Maybe it was Bobby Darin. I think it would be
I thought
Bobby
he said
Darin.
that was my
Henry.
mistake. That was my bad. I thought he said.
I would tell you the scene, my favorite scene out of Goodfellas, which you think is only a good movie, not great, is when they come in the back door.
Oh,
of the-
great.
of
To,
the Copa. Yeah.
whatever. Then
Yeah.
He Kissed Me, right?
Yeah. Oh, God.
Great one.
Just unbelievable. And when she says, I know some women would have gotten out of there when the boyfriend hands them a gun to hide. I have to admit it. I was turned on. Oh, my God. That's top stuff. We'll see if Henry can re-rank Goodfellas at some point.
I should say, though, we were talking about one battle after another
Yes.
earlier. I put Paul Thomas Anderson in that same category as Martin
As-
Scorsese. His movies are all good.
Right.
I'm not necessarily like, oh, my gosh, what a movie,
I don't know what's his best film.
Paul Thomas Anderson? Magnolia, Boogie Nights, There Will Be Blood. You could pick from a few, yeah.
Okay. Boogie Nights is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. On deck circle, Zeno, Stru, and you. 855-839-1210. Oh, God, yes. What do you do for a living? I'm in construction. Your hands are...
I know.
Oh, God. 855-839-1210. That's how you... soon, a White House roundtable on Antifa violence. All right, so we'll have him. We're still trying to get this Nick Sorter. He's at the White House today. No wonder why we can't get him.
Seriously.
Yeah, he used to come on at a drop of a hat. He's got the red tie and the blue jacket, too. All right, so White House roundtable and Antifa violence. This has not gone away. It is a group that in Portland has just done what they wanted for the last 10 years that we've been looking at. All right, we're going to get a winner here today, though. 855-839-1210. And also tell you, we already know tomorrow's side question, given where we're going to be on Friday. And you'll want to think long and hard on this one to be outside the box. You know, most home sellers are being lied to by people they trust, and it's costing them a fortune. That's where my great friend, and how many years have we been together doing this, Diane Giordano-Casaccio comes in. Diane has sold thousands of homes and has identified the 10 biggest myths that are not just bad advice. These are the things that drain $50,000, $75,000, even $100,000 from your bottom line. Now, she's holding this free breakfast seminar, and I've done maybe 20 with her, for home sellers on Saturday, October 18th at 9 a.m. Join me and Diane in Fort Washington. She'll reveal the truth about pricing, staging, photography, and the one biggest mistake that forces homes to stay on the market for months after months, losing thousands. All attendees get a copy of Diane's newest book, Model Home Mindset. So join me and Diane and a great breakfast October 18th. All you have to do is tell her you're coming. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666. Or online, same thing, 215-576-8666.com. And again, if you're thinking about it, moving, even if it's a year or two from now, doesn't matter. This is the place to be. 215-576-8666.
Get into great lease offers now at Hessert Chevrolet. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, $399 a month for 24 months with zero down. The new Chevy Trax LT, $249 a month for 39 months. Or buy the 2024 Chevy 1500 Crew Cab Z71, $43,999, 11 grand off. Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill. Call 856-406-6397 for details or online at HessertChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Hessert Chevrolet!
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster with Norm Clark and Bob Marsdale, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, jump in right now. Lightning round. Let's get a winner. Walk-up song for Friday is what we're talking about. Boy, thank God Dolly Parton addressed his concerns about her health. Her sister said prayers, and then they had to say, no, it's not.
I was worried about that.
Well, yeah, the sister shouldn't have said that. I mean, she's got some health issue she had to cancel, but not that. This is, I think, the new Betty White since Betty White passed. Even though she's not
you
anywhere
think?
to the age. Oh, yeah.
I think it might be Dick Van Dyke. Did you see what he said?
No.
He said it'd be very funny if he didn't live to 100. His birthday's December 13th. His 100th birthday.
He's not beloved like those two. I mean, he's beloved, but not Dolly Parton, who might, I think he'd be even more than Betty White. It's hard to do.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah. So the sister, calm down a little bit. All right. I don't think we saw him. Has he ever been at Mulligan's? I know we hear about all these cowboy boots and all, but Zenos in Upper Darby is with us. Zenos, have you ever come to one of our events? I don't remember.
No, Dom, I didn't, but I'm going to try to make him as you have him. It's been a little tough for me, but I am going to try. One of these days I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to pop in like Houdini.
Well, I remember that call. It was out of nowhere on Memorial Day I was on, and bang, there was Zenos.
And I was hooked ever since, Dom. My song is Eye of the Tiger. It was a Rocky thing. It's loud, it's proud, and it's a good walk-up song, I think. And I'd like to make one comment about that lunatic in Virginia.
Yes.
He's the kind, people like him and the country guy, they incite the other lunatics, and most of them that do these shootings. I don't care what anybody says, Dom. This is America. They're from the left. With Solis and everybody. These people are unhinged lunatics from the left. And I hold the Democrat Party, I hold them responsible, and these people in the media that don't call them out.
Thank you. That's well put, Zenos. Yeah, and Zach Bryan's got a much vaster audience. He's not saying what this guy did, but the attack on cops there. All right, he had a bad experience with a cop. I don't know. This guy seems a little bit unwound, and he was in jail for it. And Henry, the other thing is, too, I know musicians can do what they want. There doesn't seem to be any continuity of where we're going here. Now, maybe that's when he puts in, I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like the degenerate line, but my generation, I thought that was pretty insightful and funny. But then it's back to the wife. Is she here illegally? Is that why the ICE is busting down the door?
I guess that's why we need more context to the song.
True, but I don't see you getting away with what he said about cops in any context. That's going to be hard. All right, Drew of Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Dom, I'm very disappointed with that Zach Bryan, because if you're a country music fan, that's very uncharacteristic of one of them. I mean, the older guys in country music, they were like, "Oh my goodness, what's this guy doing?"
There was one
negative
female.
impact.
There was one female. Go ahead, Drew.
Unless that song ends in a positive note, because a lot of the country music songs, they're depressing in the beginning, but then they make the comeback. So,
What's he going to say at the end of the song? Well, it's all a joke. It's like, who shot JR? Yeah. It was all a dream. I didn't say that about the cops.
He's going to say something positive, I believe. But, hey, Dom, every audience in America would be on board with this song except the audience of the Academy Awards. And that's Working Man's Blues by Merle Haggard.
You have that, Henry?
It's playing right now.
Yeah, okay. A little country there. Anybody got a song with pork roll in there? or ham, at least. You know, we got to work these in. I'm working up the script here.
Boy.
I got the macaroni.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. All right. It's time to vote. Who did you like today, Kirk?
We're in America, so I'm going to go with Richard in Cincinnati with James Brown, Coming to America.
That was a great choice.
Yeah.
You know, that particularly with this crowd. And I don't think I'd be able to sweat, though, enough. It's not hot enough. I like the sweat coming off, you know. No, I like performers who are physical. They almost collapse on the stage.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And James Brown did that whole thing, and I think then they brought him back.
Yep.
They would revive him. I love that type of stuff. Who did you like, Henry?
Yeah, I thought the best ones today. I like David and Lexington's answer, despite him being a Clemson fan.
Yeah.
2001: A Space Odyssey, and then Earl of Tacony as well with the Forever in Blue Jeans.
That's an insight. I'm going to go with Kirk's today, though. On
all
that.
right,
Yeah, those were all good.
Living in America.
All right, tomorrow, things associated with Jersey. We did this once 3 years ago. We were inundated. By the way, two of the biggest we've ever done. Dan, what song should he have played to dance with his mother at the wedding? And Henry, The Girl Next Door. Got to go back to that Girl Next Door. It was unbelievable, the response on that. All right, we will see you tomorrow, noon until 3. And then don't forget, Friday, all day there in the Wildwoods. And Rich Cioli next for 4 big hours. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Thanks today. And go out and respect the cops. Tell them you love them and you know what they're going through. Dom Giordano, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying